Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining today's meeting of the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee. I am so excited to be here with all of you once again. I am Mignon Moore, and I serve as the co-chair of this committee alongside our distinguished colleague and long-serving co-chair, Jim Roosevelt, who is here with me today. Before we embark upon our work, please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on our agenda is to call the roll. As always, I want to note for the record that this meeting is open to the public and it will be live streamed today. Please be sure to state your name and state before speaking for those listening remotely and for our court reporter. We're glad to be joined again by Helen McFadden, our parliamentarian. Helen, will you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Alex?
Present.
Ms. Andrews? Mr. Applebaum?
Here.
Ms. Blanco?
Presente.
Ms. Brazil? Ms. Brown?
Present.
Mr. Buckley?
Here.
Ms. Wheaton? Here. Ms. Cardona? Mr. Carnahan has given his proxy to Jane Klebe. Ms. Conrad has given her proxy to David McDonald. Ms. Daughtry? Here. Mr. Devia Penas?
Present.
Ms. Davis?
Here.
Mr. Devamont has given his proxy to Gary Shea. Ms. Dingle?
Here.
Ms. Dowdell? Ms. Dugurala?
Present.
Mr. Eldridge? Ms. Fowler?
Here.
Ms. Free has given her proxy to Ms. Fowler. Mr. Goodman?
Here.
Ms. Hernandez? Here. Mr. Hicks?
Present.
Okay. Mr. Wynn?
Here.
Ms. Kmark? Mr. Cap?
Here.
Mr. Kerrigan?
Here.
Ms. Klebe?
Here.
Mr. Leon? Mr. Leon?
Here.
Ms. Lewis, she has given her proxy to Mr. Spate. Ms. Lopez Franson? Mr. McDonald?
Here.
Ms. Monroe Moreno?
Here.
Mr. Munez? Mr. Marib?
Here.
Mr. Ray?
Here.
Mr. Seltzer?
Present.
Mr. Shea?
Here.
Ms. Spain?
Here.
Mr. Spate?
Here.
Ms. Schwecker? Here. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Treiber?
Here.
Mr. Unamoto? Here. Ms. Verrett?
I'm here.
Mr. Washington?
Here.
You certainly have a quorum.
Thank you, Helen. We have a quorum per our charter and bylaws. A quorum is 40% or 20 members, present or in person or by proxy. Jim?
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mignon and Helen. Thank you, Mignon and Helen. It's a pleasure to be here with both of you and with all of you. It's a particular pleasure for me, actually. For our meeting today, we will continue to the work we began in October when this committee adopted the resolution on principles and procedures for review of the 2028 Democratic Party presidential nomination calendar and request for proposal to hold pre-window nominating contests. These documents were grounded on our three pillars: rigorousness, efficiency, and fairness, reflecting the committee's fundamental goal to craft a calendar that produces the strongest possible Democratic nominee for president. And as a reminder, we will be selecting no less than one state from each region as defined by the DNC Charter and Bylaws, with the option of one additional state. This is for the early window. At our meeting in San Juan, we reviewed written submissions to the Rules and Bylaws Committee request for proposal to hold a pre-window nominating contest. The Secretary's office, the Office of Secretary and Party Affairs, received 12 applications from the following states. Delaware and New Hampshire applied in the eastern region. Illinois, Iowa, and Michigan submitted applications in the Midwest. Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia from the south. And finally, Nevada and New Mexico submitted applications in the western region. During the meeting on January 31, 2026, the committee voted to invite each of these states to present to the full committee during this meeting. Today, we will hear presentations in alphabetical order, beginning with the eastern states, followed by the Midwest and Georgia in the south. And tomorrow, our committee will hear presentations from the remaining applicants in the south and those in the west. States will have 15 minutes to present to the committee, followed by 30 minutes of questions from members and answers from the states. Once the committee has heard presentations from each state, we will continue drafting the 2028 delegate selection rules. Before we begin, are there any questions? Seeing and hearing none, I will turn it back to my distinguished co-chair.
Thank you, Jim. The first state presentation before this committee is from the state of Delaware to hold a pre-window state-run primary. At this time, I'd like to welcome Vice Chair Owens and the Delaware delegation to the podium to begin their presentation.
I'm here. Oh, good. All right. Did you get me?
Good morning. My name is Seth Barnes. I'm the Executive Director of the Delaware Democrats, better known as the Del Dems. I'm joined today by Councilman Kobe Owens, who's our Vice Chair, and Connor Miller, Campaign Manager for Congresswoman Sarah McBride. And we're here to talk about Delaware, where there are endless possibilities, endless discoveries.
Well, good morning, everyone. Listen, we are the first state, and we're so happy to talk to y'all about why we should be considered to be in an early window. Delaware is often viewed as a small state. We all know this, right? It's the second smallest state in the nation. But it's our population and our identity that really tells a story of three different regions of our state working together to shape the first district and how it actually reflects America. Newcastle County, Delaware's largest county, is our population engine, home to 67% of our residents. Our state's economy and urban heartbeat blends city life, like in Wilmington and growing suburb communities and pockets of rural lands, all together in one. Kent County is our middle county. It represents 14% of our Delaware population and reflects traditional rural communities and character. While much of this county is farmland and open space, communities like the city of Dover, which is our capital, and Smyrna provide growing suburban and governmental hubs that anchor central Delaware. And lastly, Sussex County, the home of approximately 22% of our state's population, showcases our coastal cities and towns. How many of y'all have been to Rehoboth or Lewis Beach? But also, it's a predominantly rural area. And just to let y'all know, that county produces the most chicken poultry in the United States. We're actually outnumbered in Delaware 200-1 when it comes to chicken. But this just highlights our agriculture and our poultry production that remains a part of our state economy. And Sussex is also defined nationally, again, by our amazing beaches. Together, Delaware functions like 3 states in one: the Northern Economic Corridor, the Central Agriculture and Government Hub, and the Southern Coastal and Regional Destinations. The diversity extends far beyond geography. Delaware is also like America when it comes to our race, economics, and our culture. Black communities with deep historic roots make up 22% of our state. Our growing Latino population makes up 12%, with a 5% Asian population as well, too. We have an immigrant community. We have young professionals. We have working class households and retirees all throughout the state of Delaware. That contributes to who we are as a state. Economically, Delaware mirrors the nation more closely than many realize. The state's median household income is literally $1,000, a little less than $1,000 more than the national median income. For a potential Democratic nominee for president, Delaware presents a unique proving ground. A candidate can test their message on economic opportunity in Wilmington, housing affordability in our suburbs, agriculture policy in Kent, environmental resilience along our coast, and small business development across the state, all in a single day in less than 100 miles. Delaware offers something few places can: the ability to engage in urban, suburban, rural, coastal, working class, middle class voters all together. In many ways, Delaware answers the same question that America does. Can your message connect across race, geography, income, and generation? And if it can in Delaware, then it's a strong argument that it can resonate throughout this country.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you today. I'm going to talk a little bit about Delaware's track record, but before I get into that, I know that some committee members said that they wanted to hear in presentations what voter registration looks like. Delaware has automatic voter registration with over 90% of eligible Delawareans registered to vote. As a party, we invest in get out the vote efforts, and we also urge undeclared voters to register as Democrats. Now, one thing I'm really excited to talk about is that in every presidential primary in the last 50 years, in the primary, Delaware has voted for the eventual nominee. Now, the last couple of cycles, we've been towards the later end, so that's not that impressive. But in that 50-year window, we've been third twice, right after our friends in Iowa and New Hampshire. We've been fourth once. We've been 11 once. So regardless of where we are in the party, in the presidential primary, whether we're early, whether we're late, it's a safe bet that whoever Delaware votes for is going to be the eventual nominee. In 2024, Democrats won every statewide election, and we carried Newcastle County, our deep blue county. We carried Kent County, our traditionally purple county. And we made historic progress in Sussex County, which is our traditionally red county. Hasn't gone blue since Obama was on the ballot in 2012. But we're going to flip it this year and next cycle as well. We wanted to include some exciting pictures, mostly of our federal delegation, but also of some other statewide officials and local officials. We just wanted to show how much energy there is in Delaware. We organize year-round. We have exciting events all year. And people are excited to join them. Delaware Democrats are energized and organized. And that's not just because of who they are. It's also because of how much we invest in our party. Now, what I'm really excited to talk to you all about today are the media markets that cover Delaware. I'm here today because I want to maximize our chances of winning in the 2028 presidential election. And I know all of you are here and are invested in the DNC and the Democratic Party because you care about maximizing our chances of winning in the 2028 presidential election. Well, 2/3 of Delaware is covered by the Philadelphia media market. This media market reaches millions of Pennsylvanians in Southeast Pennsylvania. Now, you're probably thinking, this is one of the largest markets, it's one of the more expensive markets. That's true. There's no hiding that. But the cost per point early in the cycle, in February, when the presidential primary would be for the early voting states, it's significantly cheaper than it would be in Q4 of the presidential year. So early investments really, really go a long way and help the eventual nominee when it comes to the general election. I really can't overstate how important it is to invest early. And look, our friends in Pennsylvania are doing amazing work. They're organizing year-round, but I'm sure they wouldn't be upset with millions and millions of dollars poured into this media market, reaching Pennsylvanians, sharing democratic ideas and positive messaging. It is how we maximize our chances of winning the general election. Now, a third of the state is also covered by the Salisbury media market, which I'm in campaigns, and we joke that they basically pay you to get their stuff on the air. So it kind of evens out, even though Philadelphia is a more expensive market, cheaper in the primary, significantly, it evens out between the two markets.
So if we are granted the honor of being one of the first few states to go in this primary cycle, Delaware is in a very rare and highly favorable position to be able to make that change in our state. Our governor, Matt Myers, has come out in support and endorsed changing our primary date. We have a trifecta here back in Delaware where we have a supermajority in our state Senate, and we are one seat away from a supermajority in our state House. We have leadership from both chambers on board with this idea. We have Democrats up and down the state ready to get this done if we are granted that honor. So again, we are willing to work with y'all to make sure that we can make this happen if Delaware is selected.
Now, we know that we're a rural state. We have a lot of agriculture in Delaware. We mentioned the chickens. But we are also, as a party, making a push in our rural counties. In Kent and Sussex, we are meeting people where they are. We are talking to them in a language that resonates with them. We're not just bringing our own talking points. We're actually listening to them and trying to understand the issues that they're having and how we as a party can help. So we are meeting them where they are, as I said, and we're showing up every day to work with our rural counties. For our youth, we are re-engaging with our universities, Delaware State, University of Delaware, and we are engaging the youth at every level of our party. We have high school Dems, young Dems, college Dems, Dems of young adults, and here you can see our chair, Evelyn Brady, who couldn't be with us today because her daughter Ashley is graduating from grad school. Congrats, Ashley. And she's pictured with Jalen Powell, our Joe Biden Rising Star Award winner from our first state dinner, which happened about at the beginning of the month. It was a sellout. People were enthusiastic coming out, and we had lots and lots of youth coming to join us. And Jalen is just an example of what we're doing to honor the youth who are working in the community, working with them to make a change for the state and change for the better. So this is just one way in which we're engaging with the youth. We have a young and diverse General Assembly. We've got people of all backgrounds, all stripes. It's a beautiful thing to see every day that we go to work and just see how different everyone is and how they bring unique perspectives to our delegation. And that reflects into our party as well, where we have just a wide swath of different opinions, different people, and we're not representative of any one party, but representative of the whole state, because Delaware is a diverse and rainbow state.
So in closing, I read the resolution that was adopted by this committee in October of 2025, and I found that two things stood out as the most important things in that resolution. The first was that you all would like an early state process that reflects the diversity of this country. Delaware does that best. Number two, you want to maximize our chances of winning the presidential election in November 2028 and sending a Democrat back to the Oval Office in January 2029. With the early investments in the Philadelphia media market, you are planting the seed to do just that. But beyond that, we're a state of neighbors. I'm a lifelong Delawarean and damn proud to call myself one. Kobe has dedicated his life to public service. My first gig in politics was interning for then state Senate candidate Sarah McBride, and I'm now her campaign manager. This is a state that invests in one another. We truly call ourselves a state of neighbors because we lift each other up and look out for each other. And we're excited to hopefully share more about our wonderful state to this country. So thank you so much, and we're excited to answer your questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Members, the floor is open for discussion. Please turn your name tents vertically in order to be recognized. And I'd just like to remind people we have a half an hour for the discussion, and we'd like to have questions. With a question mark, perhaps? Who? Jim? Oh, sorry about that.
No worries. Jamie Selzer, North Dakota, thank you for your presentation. Delaware is a reliably Democratic state. As a North Dakotan, that makes me incredibly jealous of you. But part of our job here is to find people who can win in places that are not reliably blue. How can candidates campaigning in Delaware learn whatever they have to learn there to win in states that are not as winnable, not as blue as yours?
Yeah, well, we're not just a state that reflects the diversity of our party. We're a state that reflects the diversity of our nation. We really look like the country with a blue northern part, not North Dakota yet, sorry, a purple middle part and a red southern part. But candidates who can expect to campaign in Delaware know that they're going to be in places that are vastly different from each other. Our state is very rural. You see a good amount of Trump signs still. And so candidates are really going to see lots of different places. So thank you for your question.
Wendy?
Thank you. Wendy Davis from, did it go? Wendy Davis from Georgia. I apologize if it was on your first slide. What is your total state population or your voting age population? And then it seems that you register by party. What is the percentage breakdown there?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Delaware just surpassed 1 million people, but when it comes to our voting age, we're a little over 850,000 individuals, with the vast majority of them, almost 60%, being registered as Democrats right now. I believe the Republican and Independent Party in Delaware kind of go back and forth. I believe the Republicans are back in second as of right now, but they literally go back and forth depending on the month.
I'll follow up. Your presidential preference primary, is that a close just for people who are registered as Democrats?
Yes.
Thank you.
Elaine?
Yes, hello. One of the questions I had is, what is kind of following on Jamie's comment? What's the state of the Republican Party in your state? Do they contest every election, or is it like it is in a lot of one-party states where the other party's kind of moribund?
Overwhelmingly, they are able to contest in every statewide election. In recent years, we've had a great track record of beating them in all 9 of our statewide races. We hold all our statewide seats right now, but they are competitive in local races, county road races, and stuff like that as well too in the General Assembly. We have made tremendous strides, especially in our state Senate with flipping seats in these last 2 cycles. And in the House, we're focusing on that one last seat as well too, but we have picked up seats all over. So it is competitive, but again, our focus in Delaware is lifting up the average person, right? We know that the people who are more proximate to the issues can come up with the best solutions. So that's the small business owners. That's the single mother who is a registered nurse who now is leading our state, right? So it's focusing on the positives in people and really helping them get over the finish line.
I'm just going to add to that. Thank you, Kobe. That yes, we are a lean blue state. We're a D+8 state. We don't shy away from that. But every state that's competing for this in this region has voted blue since 2008. The two election years that Democrats unfortunately lost, Pennsylvania was the largest battleground state to not go blue. So we recognize that this goes beyond our borders.
Thank you. Andre?
Thank you. I just had a follow-up question about voter registration and party affiliation. You said voter registration was automatic, but I was curious the process for someone affiliating with the Democratic Party, if that has, and if that has any certain deadlines in relation to Election Day.
Yeah, so you can change your party affiliation up to 59 days before a general election, or before a primary election.
And what's the voter registration deadline for comparison?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we'll circle back with the committee.
David?
Assuming you were granted a waiver for, to be an early primary state, how flexible are you as to where your primary is in terms of the calendar? What sequence?
Yeah, I mean, currently right now, we are extremely flexible. We have our entire Democratic leadership on board with being able to change the date. And again, that, you know, it starts with our Speaker of the House and our Senate Pro Tem, sitting down, talking with them, which we've already done, and our governor also endorsing the plan to sign any legislation that needs to be signed to change that. We've had to do that in the past. The most recent time was during 2020, during the pandemic, where we had to move our presidential primary to be in line with the other states in our region as well too. And again, we were able to get that done within a few weeks.
Debbie?
Thank you. Can you share how you think Delaware's electorate would test a candidate's ability or show a candidate's ability to build the coalition representative of what we need to win in November?
Delaware has a very dynamic federal delegation. We've seen it time and time again. We keep sending very dynamic leaders to the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate. What really sets Delaware apart from a lot of states is the need to be conversant and good at retail politicking. People really want to get out and experience you. They want to shake your hand. They really want to talk to you and know what you're about. Delaware is small enough where you typically are going to run into an elected official at some point. It might be at the grocery store, might be walking your dog, might be at the gym, whatever it is. Delaware is a place where you actually get to interact with your elected officials, interact with your candidates on more than just it's campaign season level. So it really tests every candidate and their ability to retail politic and you know, shaking hands and kissing babies as it used to be before the pandemic. So.
Thank you. Keith?
Thank you so much, Keith in Momota, California. 2020 election was significantly different than 2024. And I presume most states have reviewed the results and how things have changed or did change, and how would you change things from 2024 to 2028, especially with the demographic populations where we lost ground in 2024 compared to the 2020 election, and how that would translate into helping the 49 other states and 7 territories in the November election.
What I think it really boils down to for us is investing earlier than ever before. You know, across the board, we saw the nation shift right across the country in 2024. But where we saw less shifts is where we invested millions and millions of dollars in paid TV well before we did in the rest of the country. So investing early is going to be our biggest change heading into the next presidential cycle.
And to follow on that a little bit, investing in Delaware for the primary, we've talked about how we have access to the Philadelphia media market. What that also goes to is Philadelphia has one of the most dynamic cities of color that we see in the entire country. Philadelphia is ahead on, when it comes to communities of color, ahead of most cities around the nation. So being able to engage with those people early, we, as Democrats, we get tagged a lot with being like, oh, you only show up when it's election time. By investing in Delaware early, we are reaching those communities earlier, and we're being more effective in our messaging, and we can learn what they are reacting to and what they're not reacting to, and that can help every candidate when they start to move out around the nation into diverse areas of this country.
Thank you. Jane?
Good morning. First, thank you for your service, Vice Chair, to the state party. You've been a longtime leader there and really bring a lot of ideas to the ASDC. My question that I'll ask all the states is how you think, if you were one of the early states, what that primary would do to help you build your party infrastructure. Because we know that there'll be a lot of time, money, and attention for all the states that are in an early window. How do you use that to build your party long-term and help down ballot candidates as well?
Thank you for that. So one, Delaware is a small state. We have a small operating budget. We're a very blue state, many people think, but we are, I say we're purple. When looking at our party infrastructure and looking at what we've been able to do, Delaware has been able to make a lot work with a very little amount of money. And with additional money, we will be able to build a stronger infrastructure. Right now, we have one staffer, our amazing executive director staff, but this is not the first time that has happened. We have had one staffer numerous times throughout our party history, but we would like to rebuild our party staffing infrastructure, bringing on, we're actually hiring a data director, but bringing on additional staff to help us continue to engage in all communities on a daily basis and year-round organizing operation. That's one of the strongest things that we have on our side. And in what we lack in party staff, we are blessed in party volunteers, people who dedicate themselves to seeing Democrats elected in all different areas of the state. And I think any presidential campaign would be able to come in and see the work that we do, but then also be able to benefit from the just vast diversity of our state.
Following on that a little bit, having the early primary in Delaware will supercharge the things we're trying to do. The year-round organizing and engaging with the youth, like giving people in Delaware an opportunity to be involved in the process early without having to leave home necessarily. I've been around a few campaigns around the country, and people just want an opportunity to test their mettle when they have all these ideas. So being able to test at the highest level in a presidential primary, I talk about my time in Iowa all the time, and being able to give other people that experience about running a primary for a presidential, it's something you can take with you for a lifetime and really energize and build our bench, which also builds the party's bench around the nation as people decide, I want to keep doing this. I want to go out. I want to go, canvass in Alaska. I want to go hang out in Utah and help out there. Like, these things can have a knock-on effect for parties around the country, where if we're training people well in Delaware, those people become the people we rely on to run races for, the next 4, 6, 10, 12 years, or however long they want to stay involved. And they, in turn, will teach the next generation after them, and then after them. So it's almost like a each one teach one kind of situation. Being able to supercharge those efforts in Delaware with the presidential primary will really help us get our message out and engage with all of the people we really want to touch before we get into our 2026, 2028 cycle.
Thank you. Frank?
Yeah, Frank Leone, DC. Thank you for your presentation. And I don't want to start a fight, but if we have from the Eastern region 2 potential states, if we're only going to vote for one of them and only choose one of them, why would we choose Delaware? The other one being New Hampshire, of course, in case you missed that.
So first off, we're all Democrats in here. We all love one another. But this is about presenting the strongest opportunity to elect a Democratic president come 2028 and take back the White House. And in Delaware, again, something that we highlighted throughout this presentation is just our diversity, right? Delaware is reflective of America in multiple ways, right? Economic, racial, and geographic. So again, looking at those different stances there and seeing what can best be done. And again, again, we are a state of neighbors. We love our neighbors. We love our fellow region members as well too. But if y'all do select 5 states, hopefully we could be in that as well too, with our neighbors to the north.
Thank you. Stephanie?
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. Stephanie Campagna-Wheaton from New Jersey. I was wondering if you knew off the top of your heads, the average rental price for a 1-bedroom in Wilmington. Council member?
I do. We just passed the budget. The average rental for a 1-bedroom apartment right now in the city of Wilmington is about $1235.
Are there any more questions for Delaware? Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. It was very thorough. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good day, everyone.
So we are a little bit ahead of schedule. Delaware has completed their presentation. New Hampshire, did you want to take a breath? Are you ready to go, or we can wait?
Ray's always ready.
Okay. Okay. We'll take a few minutes break to give the senator a chance to get in the room. And then I'll turn it over to Jim.
Sounds like our friends next door have decided to celebrate Gary Shea's birthday early.
Yes.
But we all would say happy birthday, Gary.
Happy birthday, Gary.
No, I don't know what's going on in the room next door. Thank you, Mignon. The next application before this committee is from the state of New Hampshire, applying to hold a pre-window state-run primary. At this time, I'd like to welcome Chair Ray Buckley and the New Hampshire delegation to begin their presentation.
It is election day in New Hampshire.
They vote for sport here in New Hampshire.
It all comes down to this. Voters here in New Hampshire already heading to the polls. State officials are predicting a record.
They expect a record turnout.
A record for the most votes ever cast.
This has been one of the best turnouts I've seen. We've been out straight since this morning.
People have been coming in here all day. They've been lined up since 5 a.m. this morning.
Anyone who thinks democracy is a spectator sport clearly hasn't met a New Hampshire voter. Other states have media markets. In New Hampshire, we have living rooms, diners, town halls. Presidential hopefuls know, come ready to listen, come ready to be tested. And for those up to the task, New Hampshire has always kept one promise. Here, every candidate gets a fair shot. Money can't buy you victory. Only shoe leather can do that. And when the votes are counted, they are counted that night. Quickly, completely, accurately, every time. If you can survive the gauntlet, you will come out a stronger candidate, and for the lucky few, a stronger president. Underdogs, outsiders, trailblazers, changemakers.
Yes, we can.
All of them tested here. All of them better for it. The presidential nominating process didn't always belong to the people. New Hampshire changed that. And a primary that belongs to the people has never mattered more. We are a small state, a purple state, a state where a candidate can't run an ad and call it a conversation, can't win without sitting across from the people they hope to lead. That's not tradition, that's accountability. So give us the New Hampshire treatment. Ask us the hard questions, put us through the ringer. We look forward to earning your vote.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As a committee, we have, over the past few months, been reimagining how our nominating process best reflects the values and needs of our party going forward. Fairness, efficiency, and rigor. New Hampshire fits squarely in those pillars and meets the criteria needed in our presidential nominating process. Regarding fairness, the New Hampshire Democratic Party truly does what it can to expand access to the ballot. In our state, civic engagement is not episodic, it's ingrained in our culture. We show up for town meetings, we elect a 424-member volunteer legislature, and most importantly, we vote. When it comes to efficiency, New Hampshire is a small state where anyone can compete. Candidates can campaign in rural, urban, and suburban areas all in the same day, and that's exactly what New Hampshire voters expect them to do. I know Senator Hassan will touch on this more. In New Hampshire, we run a calm, clean, and reliable election process where the results are known in a timely manner the night of the primary, no matter how close. In 2020, the presidential primary was decided by 3,900 votes, and the Associated Press was able to call the election in just 3 hours and 42 minutes. And when it comes to rigorousness, New Hampshire is a deeply purple state and serves as a critical testing ground for whether candidates can attract independent voters, an issue that we all know is incredibly pressing for the Democratic Party, particularly in this cycle. Independents make up a plurality of New Hampshire voters. New Hampshire is a rare state where winning the primary itself requires building a coalition beyond our base. And that's exactly the skill our nominee will need to win in November. In New Hampshire, candidates must develop unique organizing tactics that meet voters where they are and to develop strategies and messaging to connect with our diverse communities. In a 10-year span, our racial and ethnically diverse populations have increased by 74%, including a 62% increase in Latinos and a 52% increase in African American residents. Those numbers are only going to increase in the coming years as more than 20% of Granite Staters under the age of 18 come from diverse communities. Raw diversity numbers don't tell you whether a candidate has actually heard from those communities or just targeted ads at them. In New Hampshire, voters demand to be heard face-to-face, and candidates have no choice but to listen. Candidates will witness firsthand the well-oiled efforts of working people organizing for their rights. Currently, 10.6% of the state's workers are represented by unions, while 9.3% of the state's population currently belongs to a union, which reflects the union membership rates of the country as a whole. But numbers alone can't capture what it actually takes to win in New Hampshire. A candidate must earn votes in communities that look, work, and think very differently from one another. In our larger cities like Manchester and Nashua, you find the largest proportion of diverse resident populations. Along our southern border and the seacoast, you find suburban voters who mirror the voters in the very areas that decided the 2020 general election for Joe Biden. In the North Country, you will find rural voters who, like in other parts of the country, have felt left out of the Democratic Party, especially after factory jobs disappeared over the past 50 years. These areas give candidates a chance to develop strategies to bring communities like these across the country back into the Democratic fold. New Hampshire's role has always been about battle-testing candidates through tough, face-to-face conversations that no ad buy can replicate. And we are ready to continue doing that in 2028, in close coordination with our fellow early states. Those conversations don't just test candidates, they sharpen them, forcing real-time adjustments to message and strategy that no focus group can achieve. The Granite State is ready to put candidates to the test and help send the strongest nominee possible into the fight in 2028. And we ask for your vote to put New Hampshire first. With that, I'd like to turn it over to my friend, our great Senator, Maggie Hassan.
Well, thank you, Joanne, and good morning. It is a real privilege to be here with all of you. I'm here because as we look to 2028, we need a primary process where every candidate has a fair shot and a tested nominee who has proven that they can win independent voters. With those criteria at the forefront, New Hampshire is the best state to hold the first in the nation primary. There's no primary as accessible as New Hampshire's. In the Granite State, campaigns are won through conversations with voters, in town halls, on street corners, and even in people's living rooms. Winning candidates don't need high name ID. They don't need large war chests to fund ads in multiple media markets, nor do they need to charter a private jet. In New Hampshire, a candidate can start their day talking to rural voters in the mountains, have lunch in our largest city, and then stop by a union hall near the seacoast before sunset. That's why our state was proving ground for underdogs and outsider candidates like Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, or John McCain in his Straight Talk Express. If we're truly interested in reducing the power of money in politics, then we should pick a state that has a history of rewarding big ideas over big ad buys. And at a time when we have a president who acts as though he is above the people, it's all the more important that our nominee be chosen through a process that requires candidates to answer directly to we the people, real people, including people who disagree with them. Furthermore, New Hampshire runs elections well. Even close contests like the ones in 2008 and 2020 had their results announced that primary night. The gauntlet of the New Hampshire primary has also helped strengthen future nominees. Granite Staters, with a volunteer citizen legislature of 424, prize civic engagement. In 2024, we had the highest turnout of any primary and had among the top 5 highest turnouts in the general election. Granite Staters also do their homework. They come prepared to ask candidates tough questions. Some candidates fall short under the pressure, but the ones who can pass this test end up being stronger candidates and better presidents. As President Kennedy said while campaigning in Nashua, our, quote, primary contests not only educate the public, they educate the candidate as well, close quote. And the New Hampshire primary provides candidates an education like no other. Some have raised concerns about New Hampshire's racial and ethnic composition, and I take those concerns seriously. I'll note that New Hampshire is not the state that it was a generation ago. Over the past 15 years, the percentage of Granite Staters of color has more than doubled. That trend is set to continue and accelerate. More than half the students in our 2 largest cities, Nashua and Manchester, are students of color. Immigrant groups, including Latino, Vietnamese, Indonesian, and Haitian Americans, have become indispensable parts of New Hampshire culture and communities. New Hampshire has also shown repeatedly that it is ready to make history. Our state was the first to send an all-female congressional delegation to Washington alongside a female governor. Senator Shaheen and I were the first 2 women ever elected, both governor and senator from the same state. And this year, New Hampshire has the chance to be the first state to elect an openly gay man to the United States Senate. No single state checks every box of the criteria, rigor, efficiency, or fairness on its own. But our nominating process was never meant to rest on one state alone. It works because the early states together reflect the breadth of our party and our country. I ask that New Hampshire be evaluated on the full range of criteria that matter. Those criteria should include consideration of the strengths that other early states have that will enrich the process as a whole. When considered in that broader context, New Hampshire's case is particularly compelling. The essential question that I believe should guide your decision about the order of presidential primaries is this: what order and grouping of early primaries gives our party the best chance to select the best Democrat to win the general election and serve as a strong president? Other states with other strengths representing other regions of the country should, of course, host early primaries as well. But the state that starts the process, where candidates are first tested and are given a chance to rise to the top, should be a state where any candidate, no matter how unknown, no matter their campaign budget, can run and win. That's why it matters that New Hampshire isn't just one of a few early states, but why it needs to go first. The first state should be the one with the lowest barrier of entry, where any candidate with a good message can afford the price of admission. On this point, New Hampshire stands alone. I also think that New Hampshire is the right state for the challenges of our moment. We're in an age where a candidate's authenticity is more important than ever. And New Hampshire's focus on retail campaigning is the perfect way to test a candidate's authenticity. When candidates are face-to-face with voters, when they're talking at the VFW or in a snowbank outside a Union Hall, voters can always spot a phony or someone who's just not comfortable in their own skin. And for the candidates who pass the authenticity test, we know that these real conversations with voters on the trail, when filmed on someone's phone, can become the viral moments on social media that define a candidate and a campaign. If we want our nominee to be authentic and relatable, then they should compete in a primary where they actually have to talk and listen to real people. Finally, New Hampshire's status as a purple state will help our nominee be prepared to win in November. In recent statewide New Hampshire elections, Republicans and Democrats have both won in landslides on the same ballot, and independents are a critical block in our primary. If New Hampshire goes first, our nominee will be better prepared to win swing voters in November because they will already have had to earn their votes in the primary. We are in a perilous time for our country, so it truly matters that we get this right. The stakes are just too high to nominate someone who can't stand up to tough questions, who never had their authenticity put to the test, or who doesn't have experience winning independent voters. This isn't about tradition or history, as proud of that as I am. New Hampshire should go first, not because we created and hosted the first direct primary 100 years ago. We should go first because we're the best state to help our party win 2 years from now. That's why I urge the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee to allow New Hampshire to conduct the first presidential primary sanctioned by the DNC. Thank you so much for your consideration, and we're now open for questions.
Thank you, Senator. As you've said, the floor is open for discussion. I'm going to ask members who have questions to turn their name tents up so that we can call on them. I'm going to begin with a question myself, and it could be to any of your members. Would you talk a little bit about the media market or markets in New Hampshire?
Sure. Why don't I start, and then if any of my colleagues want to answer. As you know, we have one major media market that most New Hampshire's voters watch to get their news. That's WMUR. When we talk about highly competitive, close statewide races, like my Senate race, especially in 2016, we also have to consider the Boston media market, and there's a little bit of Vermont and Maine media markets that cross over on our borders as well. But most New Hampshire voters get their news from WMUR, and people can be successful in New Hampshire through earned media because they're having those conversations and they're getting covered by local press, and that they can get lifted up. They also do not have to afford the most expensive media markets, which are Boston, to be successful in the primary. MUR really does dominate there.
Can any of you, and perhaps Chair Buckley would be the person, give us an idea of what the cost of the major media market is, or what the cost of Channel 9 is?
Well, each candidate makes their own decision. One thing that I think is most exciting is New Hampshire has one of the top couple states for people who are online. And so the sort of digital advertising that happens and really provides an opportunity for a significantly cheaper way of communicating to the voters, since we're all online anyways, and that's from the top of the state all the way down. And we really encourage folks to do that. You can win New Hampshire without utilizing Boston, no offense, but certainly people can utilize that. But I think I can't stress enough what Senator Hassan said. The political graveyard is filled with candidates who thought they could come in and buy New Hampshire by spending hundreds of thousands, if not millions, on Boston TV or doing all that sort of stuff. That just doesn't fly. It's really about authenticity.
I'll just add, the reason in close statewide elections like mine in 16, the Boston market becomes something that you have to invest in is because Boston covers a southern part of the state that is highly populated by people who actually moved to New Hampshire from Massachusetts, who get their news still from Boston TV, and they tend to lean conservative independent. And so in very close races where you're trying to sway Republican and independent voters who are conservative, you're going to invest in that Boston market. In a New Hampshire primary, among Democrats and like-minded independents and independents generally, MUR and digital really does do the trick.
Thank you.
Just add one point to that. The price point is actually $140 per point for WMUR, which is one of the most cost-effective buys in the country. The other thing about New Hampshire is that we are scheduled to be completely broadband covered within the next few years, which few other states can say.
Thank you. I'm looking for other questions. Barry?
Can you give us an idea, I mean, you've been first for quite some time, the percentage of maybe the non-incumbent Democratic candidates that won first and then ended up being the presidential candidate?
I don't have a perfect Rolodex of all of the history in my head, but what I can tell you is this. Jimmy Carter won in '76, being an unknown governor, and Bill Clinton obviously was an underdog when he won. I have watched in primary event after primary event candidates being tested regardless of whether they are Hillary Clinton, obviously well known, with plenty of resources behind her, or somebody less well known. But what has really struck me is how much better these candidates get in the New Hampshire primary process. I will give you one example, which is John Kerry in 2004. John decided to put together a series of grassroots events that were at firehouses all across New Hampshire, chili bakes. And we watched him get more and more comfortable talking directly to voters because of that exposure and because he began to learn, and I say this as a senator, that senatorial speak does not always charm and delight voters. And there came a moment a couple of days before the primary at the Elks Club in Dover where lots of press, remember we had captured Saddam Hussein, we were at war in Iraq, and a 6-year-old asked the president, asked John Kerry, he said, "So I'm really worried that Saddam Hussein is going to escape." And in my head is, please, John, don't give a long Senate answer explaining all kinds of things about our military capacity and everything. And he just looked at this little boy and said, "Honey, Saddam Hussein is not going to escape. You're going to be okay." That's the kind of development that candidates go through. And the last thing I will say is I am quite convinced that if it had not been for New Hampshire voters in the 2016 primary on both sides of the aisle, we would not have marshaled the resources to fight the opioid and fentanyl epidemic the way we now are, and we're beginning to see decreases in overdose deaths and beginning to see a light at the end of that tunnel. And that is because fentanyl ravaged New Hampshire in all corners of the state, and voters began to talk to candidates about it, and I literally had candidate after candidate saying to me, "I didn't know about the fentanyl thing. I didn't know about the opioid thing. What should we do about it?" These conversations make a real difference, and we have been a home of underdogs, obviously John McCain as well, throughout our history.
I just want to underscore that New Hampshire's never wanted to be the decider. What we consider ourselves is a vetting operation, and that we allow the states that come subsequently to make that sort of a decision. What we do is try to separate, like, here are the top 3, 4, 5 that really are your best choices, and then the states following us then get to make that decision.
Thank you, Chair Buckley. Stephanie?
Thank you, New Hampshire, for your presentation. Stephanie Campagna-Wheaton from New Jersey. I fear I will be asking every state the same question. What is the average cost of rent for a one-bedroom in Manchester, largest city?
About $1,800.
Thank you, Donna.
And to say that the housing crisis is a challenge for us is an understatement as well. I think that that is a national challenge that is exhibited well in New Hampshire, not well, but starkly in New Hampshire.
But the good news for young people is that in New Hampshire, we have a long tradition of families allowing campaign workers to stay with them and live with them, therefore cutting the costs and giving them a safe place to do their work while they campaign for the various presidential candidates.
Thank you. Andre?
Hi, good morning. Andre Washington from Ohio. You mentioned earlier that your numbers have increased. Do you have a breakdown? Is that African American, Hispanic, immigrants? Do you have a breakdown of how they increased in the?
Joanne's presentation had some of that specific data. I don't have it specific other than I know that our communities of color have doubled over the last 15 years. And as I said, half of our school children in Manchester and Nashua are children of color. But Joanne, do you want to look at your...
I guess what I'd like to say about our minority population and diversity in New Hampshire, it's one of the things that comes up often, that we are a predominantly white state. But as it relates to voices being heard, we do open our doors to every community in the state, and candidates have an opportunity and seek out those diverse communities to speak with. Sometimes being a minority in a majority state, your voice is muffled. And what we try to do is to lift all voices in the state through our caucus, state party run caucuses, and also through our candidate recruitment efforts that we make. We do an excellent job of really broadening the door, making it as wide open as possible for all people to come into the Democratic fold. Specific numbers, I'd be happy to get back to you about what that looks like.
And I guess I would add two things. One is, no state is going to check every box. We are not saying that you should choose us for our racial or ethnic diversity, although we do our best, as Joanne said, to be as open as we can be to participation. And I think one of the things I would point out is that our 424-person volunteer legislature means that there are real opportunities for participation from people from all walks of life. And I often think that women have led in New Hampshire more than in other places, partly because the barrier of entry to political activity is that much lower.
Thank you. For the next question, we have another Andre.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is going to continue on the demographic question, but this one's going to be a little more specific, and it's going to come off as a little pointed, but I just think it matters when we are talking about the state going first, which has extra emphasis. I'm from Texas, a majority-minority state and a plurality Latino state. A major discussion following the 2024 election was the Democratic Party's backslide among Latino populations and what we need to do as a party to win back these voters. And New Hampshire's demographics, which we were just talking about, I see on the census are 5% Latino. So for the state to go first, I feel that we need to be able to make sure that this is one of the populations that we're really hearing from. So I would like to hear some more specifics about what New Hampshire could do if it was going first to make sure that we are learning from and speaking with Latino populations specifically.
Thank you for the question. We actually have among, I think, the state party's strongest caucuses. Our Black African American caucus, our Latino caucus. The number of elected officials that are Latino in New Hampshire are significant, and you can see them not just in Manchester or in Nashua, though there are significant numbers on our school boards and on the Board of Aldermen in both cities. But you will find that the voters will respond to them no matter what community they happen to live in. So it's very strong, and I think what Joanne touched on, which I think is critically important, while it might not be the size of the population, it's the access of that population. Is that when you come to New Hampshire, you're going to be able to ask, that community is going to have the front row seat to be able to ask a question and be involved. And where you see in some of the larger states, or, if people fly in, fly out, and there's no real interaction. But if you have met with any of our Latinos or Latinas in New Hampshire, you know that their voices will definitely be heard.
Thank you. Keith?
Yes, Keith Yamamoto from California, and in parallel with what Andres was saying, in reflection of the 2024 election, there was precipitous drop-off on the Democratic share of votes for people of color except African-American women. Right. Which suggests that we need to do something differently. And in light of that, you're saying in New Hampshire you're going to be addressing some of the issues relating to people of color. One of them, obviously, is what kind of media you actually use. And also other avenues in grassroots organizing, media, et cetera. What kind of plans would you have as an early primary state to enable us to elect a Democratic president in 2024, and testing out avenues and strategies specifically to those demographic groups? And inclusive of that is the youth vote that didn't turn out anything close to 2020 as opposed to 2024, but not to discount, in addition to the Latino population, the African-American population, the Asian population, because in reality, if we had, 270,000 more votes, we would not be in the situation in several states, battleground states, that we would not be having the same kind of discussion today about who's in the White House.
Why don't I start and then see if any of my colleagues want to add? Again, as we said in our presentations, we appreciate and value the criteria that the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee has set out: fairness, efficiency, and rigor here, to be the first state in a group of early nominating states. And that early nominating process should ensure that there are states whose demographics look different than New Hampshire's and who might have larger or do have larger percentages of different minority groups. But at the end of the day, for fairness, rigor, and efficiency, we believe New Hampshire is the right state to vet those early candidates. We are still, and I'm happy to talk about the things we do in New Hampshire, the fact that if you are having a house party and somebody calls from a different community and perhaps a different demographic than you and says, I want to come to the house party, or I'm going to be at that town hall, we're going to say yes, and they're going to participate. And the candidate's going to hear directly about that person's concerns. But what we are talking about is making sure that the kind of vetting for authenticity and the ability to attract independent voters, which will include, for instance, a fair number of Hispanic voters and Latino voters, as I've been looking at the data recently, is going to be really important too. So we've asked for your consideration as first in the state, understanding that there will be a whole group of early states, none of which will check every box, but together will make a real difference.
And I'd like to add to that is that the New Hampshire Democratic Party is well suited, and of course Raymond could speak to this better than I, but I have observed it, I've participated in it, where the campaigns come in and utilize the party as advisors on where they should go, who they should speak to. Candidates have an opportunity to hone their messaging on the fly from one event to another. If something doesn't resonate in the North Country, they can work on that. We see ourselves really as a springboard to the other states and really help, again, vet the candidates, not necessarily pick the winner, but vet the candidates. And our entire Democratic community, as well as independents, because they're invited to the parties as well, have an opportunity to ask their specific questions face-to-face of the candidates. That's where the retail politics really is a benefit. We've also seen, one area that I'm particularly interested in is our youth vote, and we have seen our young Democrats grow exponentially. When I first became involved in the New Hampshire Democratic Party, this is back in 2002-ish, there were maybe 40 members of the Young Democrats, maybe, and now there are over like almost 1,000 members of the Young Democrats in New Hampshire. They raise real money. They get the speakers. The candidates want to come to their events. So we have invested early and often in trying to expand that, being on college campuses and actually in high schools, starting that early.
Thank you. Alicia?
Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma. My question, thank you, Joanne, my question is about the youth and about diversity and where they intersect. We just heard that the diversity in your state has doubled and it's still only at about 11%. So my question is about college. How many of your college students actually stay? And what is the diversity of the college students who stay? Do we have an idea?
Why don't we get you that data, because I don't have a specific idea, specific details. I will say that we have a concerted effort and have been more successful in retaining our college students in New Hampshire. But again, our case for the first in the nation is based on the criteria that have been set about fairness, efficiency, and rigor. And again, I would never say we should be the only state or that other states shouldn't continue to winnow the field, which I think is ultimately what will end up having the strongest, best candidate.
Thank you.
I know it doesn't have a direct correlation, but I think one only has to look at what our delegation to the 2020 National Convention looked like. We're nearly 50% of our elected delegates were under the age of 40. That we nearly doubled all of our goals, whether it's AAPI or Black African American, Latino. We made a very large effort of making sure. I think we're the only state that actually told a presidential candidate that no, you didn't actually do a good job in outreach, and we're not accepting your delegate slate. So we are very, we understand the importance of that, and we want to make sure that, that we include. But we have a very vibrant high school Democrats organization, along with the college and our Young Democrats.
Thank you. David?
I have David McDonald, Washington. I have two questions, both of which I think are narrow enough that you can get them in the same time slot. In your presentation 4 years ago, Ray, I think, mentioned the export value of campaign training that had an impact on other states throughout the rest of the calendar. And I didn't hear anything about that this time, and I wondered if you would maybe comment on that or elaborate on it. And then the second question is the same question I ask Delaware and I'll ask other states, which is, assuming you are granted a waiver for being in the early window, but not necessarily first, what's your flexibility to comply with the calendar?
So let me start with the campaign training ground. It is a really important campaign training ground. Recognize that every candidate in New Hampshire except the United States Senate and incumbents run every 2 years for everything. And on the off years, we have local and city elections, right? So people are campaigning all the time. I always say when you're in the governor's office or even as a U.S. Senator from New Hampshire, you don't have a set of things that you say on the campaign and then move into governing and then come back to campaigning. Campaigning and governing is one big conversation with voters. And I think that's inherently critical kind of campaign training for people to have because we have so many races, because we are so active politically. Lots of people do come and learn the ropes of retail and grassroots training. Many of people who've been on my campaigns or other presidential campaigns are deployed across the country right now at more and more senior levels with campaigns from a whole different and variety slew of states and candidates. Raymond, I don't know if you want to answer the second piece.
I think about 20 years ago, there was a conference that the DNC held, and it was talking about the training of the staff. And while I was sitting there, it really struck me that we need to do a better job of making sure that young people of color are employed. And so we made that sort of commitment with our coordinated campaigns and also with the presidentials. And you will see that while we may only have a population of 5 to 6 to 7, when you look at our staffs that we hire and really engage to send out, they're significantly higher. I believe that 20% of our coordinated campaign staff last cycle was of color. So it's really, we take that role seriously about training and deploying them around the country. We want to make sure that everybody has that equal opportunity.
And your second question, which took me a minute to remember again, sorry. Look, New Hampshire will make every effort it can to comply with the Rules and Bylaws Committee, but there are some factors outside of our control. Our Secretary of State is required by law to schedule the New Hampshire primary before other states. And so we will do everything we can to comply with the law, and that's why I think it's important that we look at the entire nominating window and the standards that you all have all set. We think we meet the standard to be best suited to be first. But again, we will do everything we can to comply, but there are certainly things outside of our control here.
Six? Yes, sir. Okay. All right. We have 6 minutes left in the period here, and we have 6 people with questions lined up. So I'm going to ask people to be direct and to the point. That will be David, Jamie, Roxanne, April, Jane, and Frank. David, we've done already. Jamie?
Thank you, Jamie Selzer, North Dakota. Our primary benchmark here is winning. That's what we want to do. Since as Barry pointed out, since 1976 was the last year that a Democrat won New Hampshire primary and then went on to become president in the first term. And looking back to 1980, you've held the House or the Senate in the state just a relatively small handful of times, more success with governor. Is being first in the nation serving the best interests of New Hampshire Democrats if we're not producing winners consistently?
I don't think anyone brought up, the demographics of the state are 40% are independents, with 29% Democratic and 31% Republican. That 40% can walk in and choose a Democratic ballot or a Republican ballot, whether it's in the presidential primary or in our state primary. We also have same-day voter registration as well, which explodes our voting rolls, especially in a really tightly contested. The fact that the New Hampshire primary is so polling, that the independent voters, by over 75%, I believe, said that it's one of their top priorities of retaining the New Hampshire primary. So does it have an impact? I believe so, but I sure as heck don't want to take that chance.
I'd add again that our argument is not that we should pick the nominee. Our argument is that we should be vetting the nominees so that they are better prepared for the states that follow, which will, by definition, be larger, more diverse, and that's really important too. The one other thing I will add is that the Republicans are going to have the first in the nation primary be New Hampshire. And there is a big vacuum when a whole bunch of Republican presidential candidates are coming into our state, highlighting local candidates who are Republicans, and there isn't the same fulsome, evenly balanced Democratic response. And I think that can put us at a disadvantage at the local level and occasionally at the federal level as well.
Thank you. Roxanne?
Thank you. Roxanne Brown, Pennsylvania, over here. No problem. First, I just want to say from a state level, the labor movement just really appreciates the efforts in New Hampshire to beat back right-to-work efforts. Every effort has been beaten back at the state level, and we just really appreciate that. Joanne, you lifted up the union density in the state. This is a question that I'll ask states that have a higher union density. You guys have about 9.2% in the state. Just curious about what that engagement with labor would look like and will look like.
Sure. New Hampshire is a non-right-to-work state. As you said, not only have we defeated it multiple times, but most of the other states under consideration are right-to-work states. So it's something that we take great pride in. Labor has always had a seat at the table, and the door is always open. As a former caucus chair, because I was in the state Senate, we worked hand in hand with labor. Labor are our partners and will always continue to be. Our campaign staff is unionized. I'm actually a lawyer as well and have worked on those issues with the party. We ensure that we have a fair and robust presentation of labor and engagement, and we continue to foster within our own organization a labor-oriented community for our organizers, for all of the folks that work on the various campaigns.
April?
Thanks. Thank you all so much for the presentation. I don't want to take us backwards, but I do think that this is a really important and key point. You said you don't have specific data on demographics, but I did a quick Google search. And according to the census, the demographics of New Hampshire is 88% white, 4% Latino, 1.5% Black, and 2% AAPI. Does that sound right to you? I got the question mark in.
Yeah, actually, we said we didn't have the data about the college demographics. Joanne did present the data in her presentation, but that sounds about right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jane?
Thank you, and thank you, President Buckley, for everything you do for the ASDC. I'm curious how you see being first in the nation creates better permanent year-round infrastructure for the party. So what does it mean for you all, either with increased voter registration, increased county parties, that type of thing?
We are very fortunate that well, every state party needs influx of new blood, new energy, new people. And every 4 years, we see that occur. And we make a huge effort to make sure that we reach out to them. And I don't want to get into the weeds. I can talk to you a little bit about what we do to make sure that every volunteer, every activist that gets involved in any of the presidential candidates then immediately gets enveloped into our party. So when you go to our delegate selection caucuses, it's, do you want to join this caucus? Would you think about running for the legislature? I mean, we aggressively bring the energy in, the organization in. As Senator Hassan said, we have 2-year terms for our entire state government. We have over 4,000 municipal elected offices. Many of them are only 1-year terms. So we have elections going nonstop. So it is really, if there's a place that democracy exists, it's really New Hampshire with the 400-member legislature and the 2-year terms. The fact that you only have to be age 18 to run for most offices in the state of New Hampshire. You can be mayor of Manchester at age 18 if you wish. Wouldn't recommend it, but it's a tough job. But I think by building the sort of strength, it's one thing to bring people in, but it's another to empower them. And we make a huge effort to make sure that they are empowered.
And final question, Frank?
Yes, I'd just like to, frankly, on DC, like to follow up on David's question. First, thank you very much for a very excellent presentation. You really covered a lot of ground very well this time around. But if the committee decides, as it did 4 years ago, that New Hampshire should be an early state but not the first state, what specific actions would you take in response to that?
I'll start and then turn it over to Raymond. As I said, first of all, I was glad we were able to get to a resolution in 2024. It was hard for all of us. I don't mean just in New Hampshire. I think it was hard for the party. As I said, we will do everything we can to comply with the decision, but the Secretary of State is required by New Hampshire state law. And that state law is going to stay on the books. And so it is a very difficult thing to contemplate being able to resolve without trying to continue talks with this committee. But I think it would just be hard for, I don't know what the Secretary of State does. I mean, I know the Secretary will schedule the New Hampshire primary for ahead of time. And there will be candidates who come in, and I expect there will be Democratic candidates who come in if that is scheduled. And I think that it presents a lot of unknowns and challenges.
I'll let it stand.
And again, maybe this is a good way to wrap up. We are not arguing that because of history and tradition, we should continue to be first. We are pointing out that it is our political engagement and our culture that created the 400-person legislature that has constant and interesting and challenging and highly competitive campaigns all across the state that makes us best suited to do it. It is that culture and that commitment to grassroots politics that meant that New Hampshire had the idea to create the first direct primary and hosted it. That isn't the reason we should continue, but it does reflect our commitment to it and our capacity for it. And again, with the excellent criteria that this Rules and Bylaws Committee established, fairness, efficiency, rigor, we think we have made the case that we are the best state to go first, and we obviously hope you all agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and thanks to all of you for an excellent presentation.
Thanks.
The time for that presentation has expired, and that concludes our presentations from the Eastern region. We will now recess for approximately 1 hour before we resume with the Midwestern states and Illinois.
Well, we need to entertain a motion to. So we're going to entertain a motion to recess. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yeah, ayes have it. Lunch for an hour.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now going to turn to the Midwest. The first state application before this committee from the Midwest is from the state of Illinois to hold a pre-window state-run primary. And at this time, I'd like to welcome Chair Hernandez and the delegation from Illinois to the podium to begin their presentation.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I want to start by saying I really appreciate having lunch first. I just hope you don't fall asleep. And no, I'm sorry, it wasn't Obama who we were waiting for, but I promise you we have a really good presentation to offer you. Let me start by thanking the Rule and Bylaws Committee for consideration. Thank you, Co-Chair Moore and Roosevelt. And before I begin, I just wanted to let you know who is with me. I will start off with my leadership team, meaning Speaker Chris Welch and President Don Harmon. Could not make it. They're back home. Really, this is our last week in session, so they're trying to pass a budget. And more importantly, today was the day that was we were giving the farewell to Senator Durbin for 50 years of service. So the General Assembly was honoring him today, and I'm missing that, but in spirit there. I have with me today Bill Luby, who flew in today, just got here. He's the political director for the Illinois AFL-CIO. Marina Foss-Hubert is part of my team, the Democratic Party of Illinois senior advisor. I have Randall Webster with me, who is our political director, and Paul Constam, who's a partner with the Magnify strategies that we work with. And so now if we can put our attention to the video that we produced for you.
We've all heard it before. Illinois is too big, too diverse, too representative. In Illinois, you don't campaign to one kind of voter. You build a coalition that actually looks like America. In Illinois, it's almost like they want people to vote. Mail-in ballots, same-day registration, early voting everywhere. The accessibility is endless. And getting around, it's almost too easy. Multiple airports, rail, highways that actually connect the whole state. Even in winter, things keep moving when in other states they come to a screeching halt.
We are stuck in the parking lot.
And yes, Illinois can handle the tough stuff. No explanation needed. And the elections themselves, fast, transparent, reliable. So candidates who compete here have to do something different. They have to show up everywhere. Urban, suburban, rural. Which raises a serious question. If a state actually reflects the country and runs smooth, accessible elections, why wouldn't it go first?
I hope you enjoyed that. As you can see, we like to poke at a little fun to ourselves. But it is true, Illinois is a big, diverse Democratic state, and we fight every election to keep it that way. That is exactly why I believe Illinois is the perfect testing ground to help shape the next Democratic nominee for president. As I mentioned before, unfortunately, Illinois General Assembly is approaching our May 31st deadline to pass the state budget, and our leaders remained in Springfield to do the people's business. However, we do have a video. We have video remarks from Illinois House Speaker Chris Welch, along with Illinois Senate President Don Harmon, and our Democratic nominee for the U.S. Senate Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, who just won a competitive statewide primary election. So Illinois offers something the Democratic Party said it wants from an early nominating contest, a state that reflects the country and the coalition that Democrats need to win nationally. While Illinois is not considered a traditional battleground state, it mirrors the nation across race, income, education, geography, and industry. Black voters remain a cornerstone of Democratic strength with consistently high levels of support across recent elections. With more than 1.2 million eligible Latino voters in Illinois, candidates have an early opportunity to engage communities around immigration and economic opportunity. Our labor movement is strong and deeply engaged, creating opportunities for candidates to connect with working people and industries driving America's future. Campaigning in Illinois also requires candidates to show up everywhere and compete across urban, suburban, and rural communities from Chicago to the collar counties to central and southern Illinois. And finally, Illinois is the home state of President Barack Obama. Illinois is where President Obama built a movement that reached across communities, expanded the electorate, and gave millions of people hope in the future of this country. At a time when our party is being called to organize bigger, reach further, and bring more people into the process, Illinois is ready to help lead the way forward. We are ready. We reflect the voters, communities, and coalition that Democrats need to win nationally. And we believe the future of our party can start here and win everywhere. Now, I would like to turn it over to our Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate, Juliana Stratton, Speaker of the Illinois House, Chris Welch, and President of the Senate, Don Harmon.
Hello, everyone, and thanks to the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee for this opportunity. Those of us from the great state of Illinois are so excited to share more about why we're the perfect place for an early Democratic primary. I'm Juliana Stratton. I'm proud to serve as Illinois' Lieutenant Governor and honored to be the Democratic nominee for United States Senate. 2028 will be a pivotal election for both our party and our country. And now more than ever, voters need to know who we are and what we stand for. That means each candidate must be battle-tested and truly prepared to be the standard bearer for our party. Take it from me, Democratic primaries in Illinois are not easy. They are fiercely fought and hard won. But what I can say for sure is that those experiences create the strongest candidates. You cannot win statewide in Illinois unless you build a broad coalition. Our state is diverse. It reflects all of America. My primary victory wasn't fueled by any one group. Winning across geographies and demographics, we built a team that reflects all of the best parts of our state and the people who make us who we are. Black, Latino, white, Asian, organized labor, urban, rural, suburban, college-educated or not. Illinois Democrats are anything but monolithic. Illinois voters are excited. They are engaged. They are informed. And they want to know that their winning Democratic candidates are proven fighters who will always put working families first. I'm speaking to you today as Illinois' Democratic Senate nominee because I was able to tap into not just what Illinoisans are looking for, but what people across the country are demanding from their elected leaders. And to build the strongest, most united Democratic Party ahead of the 2028 election, we have to remind voters exactly what we are fighting for. A state like Illinois, where we've delivered on our promises, is the perfect backdrop for a competitive primary election. Together, we can remind voters that Democrats are the party of protecting reproductive rights. Democrats are the party of raising wages and defending workers' rights. We are the party who stands up against authoritarianism and corrupt corporate interest. That's what we need to remind voters of when they head to the ballot box in 2028. And Illinois is the place to do it. Because the road to winning the Senate, the House, and the White House will once again run right through the Midwest. And here in Illinois, we demand more than empty promises. We demand progress. We've experienced the cruelty of the Trump administration firsthand. But we've also shown the world how to resist. We've refused to let them break our spirit and refused to turn our back on what makes Illinois truly great. Voters across the country are looking to their Democratic leaders to meet this moment with the urgency that it requires. Here in Illinois, we're proud to look them in the eye and say, this is exactly what we were made for. We're not simply a blue state. We are a state and a Democratic Party that has fought hard to earn every victory that has come our way. If you've cut your teeth in Illinois, you can make it anywhere. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you to the Rules and Bylaws Committee, and thank you for considering Illinois' application. I'm Chris Welch, Speaker of the Illinois House of Representatives, and the first Black speaker in our state's history. We wish we could be with you in person today, but we're leading our respective chambers through the final week's session as we work to pass the state budget and address issues facing working families across Illinois. Even from Springfield, we wanted to be a part of this conversation because the 2028 election carries enormous consequences for Illinois and for our country. Illinois should be a leading contender for an early primary because our state asks candidates to do what Democrats need to do nationally: build coalitions, earn critical support, and stay focused on the work that matters to people. Illinois is also on the forefront to protect the right to vote and remove barriers to participation. We've worked hard to build an election process that is accessible, transparent, and trusted. Senator Harmon?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Don Harmon, President of the Illinois Senate. Illinois Democrats understand what it means to come together around shared values and shared goals. We are united as a party, and our state closely reflects the coalition Democrats need to build nationally. Candidates here campaign across urban, suburban, and rural communities. Our democratic infrastructure is ready to engage voters across different backgrounds, industries, and regions. Illinois gives presidential candidates a chance to prove they can connect with voters across communities and sustain a message over the long fight ahead. Our Democratic electorate is the real test for national candidates because success here depends on building broad support. Earning their support requires solutions when the sitting president actively works to destroy the quality of life for all families. If the committee approves Illinois as an early primary state, we are prepared to work together to pass the statutory language necessary to make it a reality. Illinois has the leadership and the commitment to meet this moment. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. President. We're ready to help shape the next generation of Democratic leadership and do our part to win back the White House. Illinois is ready. The fight starts here.
Thank you. Lastly, I would like to have Bill Luby, Political Director from the Illinois AFL-CIO, to deliver some remarks. Bill?
Thank you. And thank you all for having me. I'll be brief. I appreciate it, and thanks to all my brothers and sisters in the labor movement that are in the room as well. So I appreciate that very much. This might sound familiar to you all. I do want to say at the outset, like others, you know, I want to send the regrets from President Dre and Secretary Treasurer Devaney on the waning days of session. That's where they are. They're holding down the fort there in Springfield. No one work sector dominates the Illinois labor movement's political strength. Unions that represent service, manufacturing, construction, and the public sector workers are evenly divided and spread across the state, from Chicago to the collar counties to downstate Illinois, creating working class anchors in all regions of the state. And these are regions also that have their own, vibrant political and union hierarchies, if you will. The labor councils are strong in a lot of areas of our state. The building trades councils are strong. We have congressional districts that have leadership, and those are all led by different unions. So it is spread across and diverse amongst the union leadership across the state as well. I wanted to throw out some quick numbers. Illinois is the third most union-dense state. There are more than 1.8 million registered voters from union households in Illinois, and more than 1 in 4 voters in the Democratic primary are union household voters. Issues that drive our politics and concrete solutions drive holding our elected officials accountable. Labor in Illinois doesn't just demand recognition of the problem. We look to develop solutions and look for elected officials who can get us there. There may not always be agreement on the course, but a thriving and attainable middle class is always the goal. Labor has worked to elect those who are willing to protect workers and face the future head on, creating laws and policies that turn next generation's good jobs into reality with landmark legislation like the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act, which is creating and maintaining good jobs as the energy economy transitions. Candidates running to win statewide in Illinois must have their A game on working people's issues. Political candidates are better for having to face in the Illinois crucible. It makes them more ready to win, but more importantly, as we see it, it makes them more ready to govern. By moving the Illinois primary earlier in the election cycle, it will ensure that a critical constituency participates in the early vetting of candidates. The deep diversity of the Illinois labor movement, be it regional, demographic, or work-related, can only make candidates stronger and sharpen a process that will lead to the best Democratic candidate advancing to the general election. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. The time has expired for presentation. We're going to open the floor for discussion from members. Would those who have questions or comments please turn up their name tents? Okay, we'll start with Stephanie.
Thank you for your presentation. Stephanie Campagna-Wheaton from New Jersey. I've asked every state this. What is the average cost of rent for a one-bedroom in your largest city, Chicago?
Actually, Stephanie, I did look it up based on your question. And what I got back, it's anywhere from $2,000 to $2,400.
For the next question, we'll turn to Bishop Daughtry.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. The Trump administration recently announced that it's going to deploy an election integrity army across the nation, with folks being at polling places to interfere with people's right to vote. So I'd like to know, excuse me, what measures you are taking to address voter protection in this climate.
Thank you for that question. Under the leadership of Lisa Hernandez, we now have a trifecta, a Democratic trifecta in our state that has enabled a unique opportunity to actually build a coordinated effort. And it's something that we've improved upon over the last 3 coordinated cycles, which now we're, the Democratic Party is now sort of like a central hub where we've been able to recruit attorneys that can help us address election issues as we anticipate, just to get ready and protect ourselves. But more importantly, we've been taking time over the last three cycles under the leadership of Chair Hernandez to actually train grass tops leaders. And that's really critical because our partnership with the County Chairs Association, which is 102 counties throughout the state, are supported and engage 10,000 active committee people. And those are folks that we're offering our training to help us get ahead of issues, to mitigate, and to address those things that might come our way. So that's just on the infrastructure piece of it. The other piece of it is that we're tremendously proud of our Attorney General, Kwame Raoul. Kwame Raoul has joined with 23 other Attorney Generals from many states who are represented here and have been actively fighting the administration in court over voting rights. Most recently, they have gone to court to challenge an executive order by the Trump administration to put into question voter eligibility and the national distribution list. And so those are things that are an infringement upon local and state authority to be able to carry out election law. And so we are in great hands with our Attorney General in partnership with other Attorney Generals all over the state to get ahead of the fight that we're getting ready to take on. And it is largely because under Lisa's leadership has been able to bring all these leaders in a way that hasn't been done before because we're getting ready for this moment.
Thank you. Donna?
Can I just add, my other role has significantly really played a role in making some of these decisions. Never before has the party been involved, but we've never been in these types of circumstances that really has, we've been approached. I was approached as a party chair, what are you gonna do about it? So I'm very happy to report back that we as a party are doing our part. I'm very proud of it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Donna?
New technology. They said hit a blue button or a red button. I went to the blue button, now I gotta hit the red button. Not fair, Jen. I mean, I gotta go red this morning. First of all, thank you all for your wonderful presentation. I enjoy coming to your state, and you're absolutely right. You all know how to handle the snow, so God bless you for that. I want to follow up to what my colleague Leah Daughtry talked about in terms of voter protection. We all know that the Trump administration is making a concerted attempt to either stop the election, and I'll just quote the president because I don't want to misquote the man. When you think of it, we shouldn't even have an election. That was the president of the United States just a few weeks ago. The DOJ, Department of Civil Rights, working with Department of Homeland Security, they have sued several states across the country, I believe 38 plus DC. The state of Illinois, of course, was sued as of last year, and you all have been fighting very hard. Initially, you turned over your voter registration list, your statewide voter registration list, but now you're still being sued for failure to provide confidential information. Can you tell us the status of that? And also, if there are attempts now in your legislature to pass the SAVE Act or some variation of the SAVE Act that failed to pass the Senate as of today. These are important questions because access to the ballot is very important to us. Making sure that voters have, eligible citizens have the legal right to vote in all of our states and the district and territories. That's an important consideration as we review all of these plans. And so I just want to know, since the Justice Department is still coming for your voter information, are you prepared to give that up? Are you also looking at attempts to require voters to go to the ballot box with multiple forms of ID, including their birth certificate, U.S. passport, and other identifying information? These are important considerations because voter protection is a very important part of what we do here at the DNC.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. As the Democratic Party, the State Board of Election is actually the entity that's been involved in that conversation. And the latest that I'd heard was that they were not in a place to give out any voter information. I don't have anything further on that officially, but it's certainly something that we're monitoring. But largely, look, Illinois was the target, an early target of the Trump administration when it deployed cruel ICE tactics throughout the state. There's no doubt about it. It has required a fight from the governor all the way down. And one of the things that we learned as people were being unlawfully detained, including U.S. citizens, is that we've had to really rely on community and our strong community network to develop a rapid response system that is second to none. We were impressed and floored by the way our community has stepped up to the plate when our rights as people, as voters, as citizens, as residents of this country were infringed upon by the Trump administration. And so I can't sit here and guess, what might come at us, but what I can say is that we have the strongest community network that will allow us to deploy rapid response as needed. And I think we have strong leadership at every level of government to help us protect our people.
Thank you. Are you aware of any voter purges that are taking place in your state at this time? And again, are you aware of any legislation in the state legislature to pass the SAVE Act? And if you don't have the answer, you can always, because I'm going to ask Delaware and New Hampshire, just because I missed the morning don't mean I'm going to forget it.
Hey, I can answer the question about purges. I regularly monitor using DNC tooling. I regularly I regularly check using DNC tooling voter files to make sure that there hasn't been any purges, and we are clear. There's been no substantive purges across all of our counties. Everything is totally within normal expectations, so we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. President Klebb?
Thank you. Obviously, the primaries make our candidates better, stronger, more prepared for the general election, but they can also make our state parties stronger, better prepared, and build infrastructure if we do them right. So have you all thought about that, and what are the types of things that you think, if you are one of the first states, that would help improve your party infrastructure to win more races?
So what I can share with you in this last primary election, as you may have heard, our nominee for U.S. Senate, Juliana Stratton, we took advantage of that statewide campaign and took advantage by rolling out a coordinated campaign and worked through the coordinated campaign. We're able to reach local races as well, and to our, we're very, again, excited and proud that this second election, we have added further and flipping some of the county races that have occurred downstate in some of them. So what I'm trying to get at is we're taking advantage of when the time comes. This was a U.S. Senate race, a statewide race. It's not going to be any different for a presidential. I mean, we are going to do the same. It's all about expanding that vote, right? And so, but, Randall?
Yeah, I can answer this on two fronts. Operationally, it's much easier to build a coordinated campaign. If you have an early primary, you can get the politics of the primary out of the way and then start building that statewide table. Secondly, I did an analysis of the 2024 election, and it's clear from that and past elections in Illinois that the more competitive a primary we have, the more voter engagement we have in the following general election. And so we are looking to this so that we can have more competitive primaries and more engagement from our base Democrats, and that will help fuel our party going forwards. Yeah.
Thank you. David McDonald?
Probably no surprise to you since you were monitoring the earlier presentations, but assuming that we were to put you, give you a waiver to be up ahead of the window, how flexible are you as to when your primary would be held?
Leadership is on board. You may heard on the video, Speaker Welch and President Harmon are ready and to do the work and legislatively move the date as soon as we get that notice.
Maybe to follow up, there's no collateral constraints such as it needing to be on the same day as the state primary or other thing that might slow the legislature down from moving?
It would all be on the same date, and it would be just any time in that early window.
Keith.
Yes, Keith Umamoto from California. Thank you for your presentation. One of the things I think we look at in terms of winning the November 2028 election is messaging and how do we communicate with voters. Hopefully, Illinois continues to be royal blue, and our challenge is clearly with other battleground states as well in sharing that information. How do you see Illinois in terms of, yes, building your current infrastructure, but also the infrastructure and information of what's effective beyond just the candidates doing it, but the state providing it to the other battleground states in particular?
Over the last several cycles, we've actually had an opportunity to build up a state infrastructure that has not been the case before in Illinois. And so the trifecta that we have now, the partnership we have now with the county chairs, all 102 of them, and they submitted a letter on our behalf as well. And the training that has happened year-round is something that we haven't let up on since the Chair Hernandez has taken over leadership of the party. And so I think, we definitely put the groundwork, the foundation work there. The other thing is that because, Bill alluded to earlier, the central labor councils that are situated all across the state provide a nearly turnkey opportunity for candidates to come into the state and plug in directly where county parties are already existing and operating. And so, and they've, with the central labor councils and other entities who want to meet candidates and ask tough questions, those are the opportunities that, any candidate would, or any battleground state would also benefit from because, Illinois does have an infrastructure and a platform where a candidate can walk in, fly into O'Hare, or, take a flight down to St. Louis and quickly be on the southern end of Illinois within 2 to 3 hours, and be able to plug into a union hall, drive into in any small town, join meet voters at a diner, meet voters in a rural community. Every part of the state is accessible.
Thank you. All right, Jamie.
Thank you. Jamie Selzer, North Dakota. Thank you for the presentation. I'm impressed with the census demographic data, how it matches up so closely with the United States. Part of my concern, I'm just going to ask it so that way you can kind of put me at ease. I'm struggling to see what is especially unique about Illinois that will help our candidates win. It's diverse. There's diversity other places. There's great union workers there. They exist other places that are more swing states. What makes Illinois unique that it should go early in the window rather than later, compared especially to other states who have similar demographics?
Other than there's structure, infrastructure. I can just right away just tell you it is much different now than it was before to offer the type of resource. In particular, donors. Illinois has, I think, comes 5th in terms of donor with I believe it's $25 million overall. That, you're going to stop in Illinois no matter what, is what I'm trying to say. And that uniqueness, add on what we've added as in terms of infrastructure and the availability of resources now, is a start. That's why we're saying we're ready. We're ready here.
I have one question with regard to the uniqueness of Illinois. Does the Pope vote in Chicago? That's all right.
That too, yes.
All right, I think I don't see any more questions or comments. From the members. So thank you for an excellent presentation.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, everybody. Is Iowa ready? We will now consider the application for the state of Iowa to hold a pre-window party-run caucus. At this time, I'd like to welcome the delegation from Iowa to the podium to begin their presentation. Ooh, goodies.
Standing up because I haven't stood up for a while.
What is a first-in-the-nation state where having a lot of Democrats run around and organize will actually help you in the future? Having small states, right, the barrier to entry is simply lower, and it allows a former mayor of South Bend to try to jump in. If it wasn't for Iowa, Bernie Sanders wouldn't be relevant. If it wasn't for Iowa, Barack Obama might not have been president of the United States. Iowa's been pretty good to the Democratic Party.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rita Hart, Iowa Democratic Party Chair. I'm really sorry that I couldn't be there with you today in person, but I did want to send you a message from our farm right here outside of Wheatland, Iowa. This is the Heartland. Like so many other Iowans, my husband Paul and I have just finished up planting our corn and our soybeans for the season. Oh, say hi to my husband Paul.
Hey.
Hey, Paul. When I'm not traveling around the state, I often work right here at home talking to voters about why all eyes are on Iowa in 2026.
A stunning announcement from Governor Kim Reynolds this week. She is not going to run for re-election.
Republican Senator Joni Ernst announcing today she will not seek re-election in Iowa in 2026. The move potentially opening a lane for Democrats to flip the seat.
U.S. House Democrats gearing up for a pivotal midterm election. In their crosshairs are 2 congressional seats in the Hawkeye State.
Iowa's gubernatorial race is now being rated a toss-up instead of lean Republican. They're calling the race a barn burner.
But it's not just 2026. In 2028, no matter what your decision is regarding the nominating calendar, Iowa will be the center of politics because the Republicans will be here right along with scads of national reporters.
It's shaping up to be a big day for Iowa as Vice President J.D. Vance comes to town. Now, while Democrats have taken away the state's first-in-the-nation status, Republicans have given lots of attention to the Hawkeye State since Donald Trump's first election win.
Are you thinking at all about a presidential run in 2028?
You know, there'll be time to address those questions. 2028 is a long way away. What I will tell you is that we've got a huge election this year. Huge election in Iowa. I'm going to be back here this year in Iowa.
Iowa, as is usually the case in the political season, kind of gets to be ground zero, so a lot of attention will be paid to your state.
And Democrats, we can't afford to allow the Republicans to take center stage. We need to win long-term, sustainable majorities in places like Iowa, right here in the Midwest.
A new group of Iowa farmers is calling for change in Washington.
It's just a very brutal space to try to make a living in agriculture right now.
Iowa Democrats gather to get rural voters in the game ahead of the midterms.
Many people who voted for President Trump have buyer's remorse, and they say Iowa can be purple, if not blue.
There are a lot of people, especially after the last election, that
are coming out of the woodwork.
We've been left behind for a long time, and not just by the Democratic Party, by the Republican Party as well. They're just the ones that have basically shown up.
Our representatives here in Iowa need to stop following his lead. I'm not voting Republican again.
Candidates who can come to Iowa and win can win anywhere in this country. That's why I'm asking you to believe in Iowa and help build upon the successes that we're already seeing here.
A Democratic victory in Iowa is giving that party a glimpse of hope. Democrat Caitlin Dray won the Iowa Senate 1 special election, breaking the Republican supermajority in Iowa. And it's notable because Donald Trump won the same district by 11 points in November.
With one more win in Iowa, a big one, where the Democrat Renee Hardman's landslide special election win prevented a Republican supermajority from taking hold once again in the Iowa State Senate. This is notable in a state that has voted Republican in the past 3 presidential elections.
History in the Iowa House today as Angel Ramirez is sworn into the District 78 seat, becoming the first Latina in the Iowa legislature.
We have a growing Hispanic Latina community here in Iowa, but at the same time, I'm very humbled and honored that I'll be the first, but I won't be the last.
If we're going to win in 2028, we have to work together. That's what we've been doing here. The road to success for Democrats comes right through the state of Iowa. I'll now send it back to former chairs Ross Wilburn and Scott Brennan, who also serves as our DNC member. Please strongly consider our application. Thank you.
Thanks, Rita. I'm Ross, and this is Scott. And today we're going to talk about why Iowa should be first and why it's critical for Democrats to campaign and invest in states like Iowa if we want to secure large, sustainable, nationwide majorities. Scott?
We're also going to talk about 3 things. First, how Iowa allows campaigns to connect with rural voters in an affordable way. Second, what our 2028 Iowa caucuses will look like. And third, the lessons we learned from 2024.
Iowa is a compact state, measuring 219 miles from north to south along Interstate 35 and 306 miles east to west along Interstate 80. So you can travel across Iowa in one day. We've done it many times. Iowa does have larger cities, but we are a rural state. Iowa has about 57 people per square mile. For comparison, Michigan has about 178 people per square mile, and Illinois has 232 people per square mile. Now, over the past several election cycles, our Democratic Party has lost rural working class voters across the Midwest. Now, in your brochure and on the screen, you'll see the Democratic vote share among these voters according to data from exit polls, and this goes back to President Obama's first election. Iowa is going to be a competitive state for the foreseeable future because of our fair redistricting process. Now, 3 of our 4 congressional districts are R+4 or less. In 2026, Iowa alone can flip the U.S. House of Representatives. And in 2028, this will be frontline seats if we have to hold, including a critical U.S. Senate seat. Iowa's rural population distribution can also be seen among many of Iowa's Latino communities. According to State Data Center of Iowa, Iowa saw a 57.4% change in our Latino population from 2010 to 2023, and a total of 13 counties are more than 10% Latina. And of all of them, they're significantly rural. Iowa is known for agriculture and food production, but healthcare, manufacturing, and education all contribute significantly to Iowa's economy. Our local unions continue to be a strong voice for our working class. The Iowa Democratic Party is proud to have staff represented by Teamsters Local 238 based in Cedar Rapids, which also represents the employees of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Our public sector collective bargaining units have to win recertification at least once every 5 years. While the threshold to win these elections is incredibly high, 50% plus 1, of all represented employees, union or not, our public sector unions have a remarkable win rate of 90%. Any Democratic presidential candidate will have plenty of opportunities to talk about the horrific impact of Republican control. Right now, Iowa's economy ranks at the bottom, 50th in the country. As farmers worry about the potential for the worst farm crisis since the 1980s. We also have the fastest rising rate of cancers and the lowest number of OB-GYNs per capita. Our once first-in-the-nation public school system is now number 26, unfortunately.
But there is hope on the horizon for us. Iowans are fed up with what's happening in our state, and that's why this November, all eyes are on Iowa. Iowa is very competitive this cycle. Our governor's race is a toss-up. 3 out of our 4 congressional seats are fully in play, and we also have a strong chance to send an Iowa Democratic senator to Washington and build on our local statehouse caucuses. To put it simply, the path to a Democratic majority at all levels comes through Iowa. That is why this committee should also consider holding off making a decision about the calendar until after the midterms. Shame on us if we negatively impact any races in any of the applicant states.
Retail politics matter in Iowa, and media markets are cheap. The cost of running one 30-second TV ad in Iowa's largest market is considerably less than in other Midwest states. For example, a 30-second primetime ad in Detroit can cost $10,000 or more, and in Chicago it's up to $75,000. In Des Moines, the same ad will cost campaigns about $2,500. Lesser-known candidates who may not start with a large ad budget can stand out in our state.
So let's talk about the 2028 Iowa caucuses. We always strive to improve, and in 2024, we piloted our reimagined mail-in caucus. In your brochure, you'll find additional details surrounding our party-run presidential nominating process. First, it's important to note that caucuses are required by Iowa law. Second, in 2028, we are committing to a mail-in process for the expression of presidential preference. We plan to continue to work with a professional election administrator to ensure this process follows the highest election standards. In 2028, Iowa Democrats again will be able to request a mail-in preference card. You'll also see the recommended dates and deadlines regarding our mail-in process on the table in your brochure. Because we're a party-run process, those dates are flexible and not set in stone. We also plan to allow in-person expression of presidential preference on caucus night. This in-person expression will be combined with the mail-in results. The results will no longer include complicated math. It will be one person, one expression of preference, and we will release caucus results on caucus night in 2028. In addition to presidential preference, Iowa caucus night will also retain its full party business agenda and, at its heart, conversations between friends and neighbors. Our delegate allocation will follow the DNC rules. Our delegate election occurs at district and state conventions later in the year.
Now the lessons learned from 2024 and a caution for this committee. Iowa Republicans will hold their nominating process caucus first in 2028. And potential Republican candidates are already visiting Iowa, bringing with them the national media spotlight. The perceptions of Democrats abandoning rural America and Iowa continues to be a difficult narrative to overcome, especially when significant Republican funding pours into our state. As the slide shows, in 2024, Republicans spent $120 million in ads during their caucuses just in Iowa, far more than other early Republican states combined. It's not an exaggeration. Iowa and national Democrats were overwhelmed by early Republican messaging last time. Republican attacks don't just impact Iowa. It has a ripple effect across the entire Midwest. The map in your brochure and on the screen shows you Iowa's 9 TV DMAs, designated media areas. Every single DMA bleeds into at least one county of our neighboring states, including voters who live in adjacent and some targeted congressional districts. Finally, we want to remind the committee about what the 2024 calendar looked like. A vast majority of the center of the country was left out. No states primarily located in central or mountain time zones were included. Democrats, we can't afford to continue to let Republicans have a spotlight and the megaphone in Iowa. If we want to build lasting, sustainable majorities, we must engage with voters in Iowa and Middle America. Thank you for your work and for listening to our presentation. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. The floor is open for discussion. Please raise your table tents if you're Jane.
Hello. I have a couple questions. First, for my Nebraska credibility, our corn is better. That's a statement. I'll start my questions now. For voter registration, if I recall, in previous years at the caucuses, people could register on site as Democrats, and that increased your voter registration numbers. Would that be the same this time around?
Yes, absolutely.
So that was basically like a no-cost way to increase voter registration in large numbers because of the excitement of caucuses.
Exactly, and we saw that the registration numbers have dropped off since 2024, frankly, due to partly, in fact, that we did not have, a competitive process in Iowa.
And remember that that's the beginning of the process. That's where people get fired up about platform issues and becoming delegates, that process. So it's the entryway.
And the other question that I have, just so I'm clear, you'll do mail-in, if this were to happen, well, no matter what, you guys will do caucuses. So you have mail-in ballots, and then you still have the traditional, if I understand this right, going to the caucus site, advocating for your candidate, but no more realignment. It's just one move, is that right? Or just walk us through that.
Having served on this committee for a number of years, I know you all loved realignment, but you're right, no more realignment, no math.
Stephanie?
Thank you for your presentation. Stephanie Campagna-Wheaton from New Jersey. I've asked every state this. I actually have two questions, but what is the average cost of a one-bedroom apartment, average rent per month for a one-bedroom apartment in Des Moines?
There's two parts to this. The first, that in a rural community like Wheatland, where Chair Rita Hart lives, it'd be about $750 to $850. But in our Des Moines metro area, that's closer to about $1,010. But the second part to that is Iowa's a welcoming state, and any of you who may have been there during a previous caucus knows that if you're there to campaign and work and organize, we will find a place for you. We've got people opening up their homes, their farms, just to welcome people in, to make sure that there's transportation, to make sure that any need that they have, whether it's physical, getting around, or emotional medical support, to support anyone coming to work here.
Thank you.
I've hosted supportive housing for years, folks. And it really is exciting to have kids, young folks who come in very excited about the process, and it's just great to host them.
Awesome. My second question, are there any bans on abortion in your state?
Unfortunately, under Republican control, we've arrived just within this recent session to, up to 6-week abortion ban, which we all know. Many women don't know that they're pregnant at 6 weeks. And look, I'm a sitting state legislator in the House of Representatives. So for the past 7 years, perhaps the greatest travesty that we've had is the assault on women's health care, including the right to abortion. It's been tragic to see, to experience there on the floor. Fortunately, with my Democratic colleagues and my colleagues, Representative Wessel Kershell and Representative Dr. Megan Srinivas, a member of our Brown and Black Legislative Caucus, they've helped lead the fight, as well as Senator Renee Hardman. We'll continue to try and push, and we're hoping to get our Democratic gubernatorial candidate Rob Sandin in there to a minimum, veto any block on a total ban, but also for us to begin to bring women and women's health care back into the forefold in Iowa.
Barry?
Great presentation. The only thing that you haven't done is bring Sandy Absel back, because we really loved her, and I would love to have seen her. But other than, I think, the Obama second term, he won in Iowa, did he not? When's the last time a presidential Democratic candidate won other than his second term?
He won the first
Huh?
time.
He didn't win the first time, did he?
Well,
In Iowa?
President Obama
Won
won
both.
the first time,
Okay.
but Jimmy Carter,
Okay.
the last one, Pete Buttigieg won the previous caucus, and it just shows Iowa really knows how to kick the tires to give that person who doesn't have the media ad, the $2,500 to buy that television ad, an opportunity to shine, to be heard, to be seen on farms and households, in factories. It's an opportunity for that, and Iowa has opened the doors and done that well. Even back to, I just have to say, farmers loved Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Yes.
And secondly, what is the percentage of Democrats that vote in the caucuses?
I cannot recall off the top of my head, Barry, but it's a very high percentage. We'll certainly get that number to the committee.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Frank?
Yeah, Frank Leon, DC. Thanks for an excellent presentation. And Scott, it's great to see you again. I'm afraid, though, I'm still not appreciating or understanding the process that you're suggesting and how it will work any better than it has worked in the past. In 2020, there were 176,000 participants at 1,600 caucuses, and we recall there were a lot of problems with running the caucuses and especially reporting the results. I was there. I was also in Nevada, and Nevada was, frankly, even worse. And one thing they did in Nevada is got the absentee vote, mail-in vote, and added it to the precinct vote at the precinct level on caucus day, which was just a nightmare. And I understand that's something that you're planning on doing as well. You've indicated you're going to raise money and get a professional election administrator, and that will solve the problems that are inherent in trying to do a caucus process of that level. And I guess, could you tell us more about that? And also, you had some references to ranked choice voting. Are you seeking funding from any outside groups to fund the process?
I am not currently aware of any seeking of ranked choice voting money or any outside groups. So, one, I don't want to dwell on the past, and we should not dwell on the past. But I think we could all agree that 2020 did not go well in Iowa, did not go well in Nevada. And I think that certainly part of the blame goes to both of those states. And a good portion of the blame falls right on the DNC. The DNC pulled the rug out from everyone's feet very late in the process and put us in a position where we had to scramble. And so, again, we're not going to relitigate the past. We authorized a study that said there was blame to go around. But in any event, our intention is we used a professional election vendor in '24 as sort of a beta test, and we had no glitches whatsoever. And so our intention is to hire someone like them again, and I think that they can handle the process. They've done professional elections all over the country. Again, I come back to sort of my entreaty to you all, which is if you all wait until after the midterms to make a decision, then I think that it becomes a lot clearer in all of the states that applied what they can and cannot do.
Donna?
Have to hit the red button, so it's hard. First of all, I hate to say this in front of Stephanie because she probably thinks all of us are old, but I've participated as a staffer, or a campaign manager, a chair, or a political commentator in every Iowa caucus from 1984 to 2020. I have winter clothes, purchased winter boots, shoes, socks, purchased in your great state. I have stayed on your forums. I love your corn. I love Illinois corn. I love Nebraska corn. And anything corn related with butter, I love it. So let's get down to the real issue here, and that is, again, the Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security has sued your state. You all, under the governor's guidance, I guess, gave your voter registration list, but you're currently in court seeking not to turn over redacted information. My question is, are you aware of any attempts to turn over that information? And secondly, since you are a member of the House, are you aware of any efforts to pass the SAVE Act in your state or something similar to that? My third question is about, again, voter protection, voter rolls. Voter registration can be very hard, sometimes difficult in your great state. I understand your governor did restore the rights of formerly incarcerated individuals to restore their votes, but I'm also worried about that. And I guess my last question has to do with cybersecurity, the protection of, you know, your machinery, protection of your tools, your information, et cetera. It's a lot there, but voter protection is a big, broad quilt, and I just want to make sure that you all are aware of it and why it's so important for us not to allow the attempts by the Justice Department and Homeland Security to use this data to intimidate voters or purge them or to even take away their even citizenship rights. So any thoughts you can give would be welcome. Lastly, I must admit, I was talking to my friend at the DSCC, and he said, in terms of voter registration, we have slipped to 3. The Republicans now have a commanding 36.6, independent voters 35.8, and the Democrats 27.5. So there's clearly a need to boost voter registration in your great state. So thank you.
Thank you, Donna, for the questions. I'll take part of them, and Scott will take other parts, and I'll pass on to our corn growers your appreciation of their product.
You can send me a whole bushel, baby. I can do some succotash.
Very good.
I can barbecue it. I can do anything you want me to do with corn.
You'll hook us up. I got you.
They're on the timer.
Our Secretary of State, did consult with our Attorney General, and it was unfortunate that they did do that release. Our Secretary of State does consult with our Democratic county auditor in the state of Des Moines. That's where a lot of the the machinery and that safety protocols that exist are there. We've got a robust set of attorneys that help with voter protection. In terms of action on the House, what you all are seeing across the country with some of the Republican efforts to make it harder to vote, we went through that 3, 4, 5 years ago in the Iowa legislature, unfortunately. I'm not aware of any current efforts in terms of the SAVE Act, but one of the things that does protect Iowa in terms of redistricting efforts is that we do have a nonpartisan effort. Our Code of Iowa spells out a very detailed process to make sure that it's a nonpartisan effort. There's 3 whacks in the legislature at new maps that come out, and you can only say yes or no. You can't make comments as a legislator. And so when that came up, we turned down the first map, which happens the vast majority of the time, and we accepted the second map. The third map, if it were to get to that, it potentially ends up going to the Supreme Court. So those redistricting efforts have not been successful because our process of redistricting has been described as a gold standard by both parties. Want to add on to that?
And I guess the only thing I'd say is, obviously we do take cybersecurity very seriously. And part of the reason that we've switched to a professional election administrator was that for years we did rely on volunteers. And Iowa volunteers are great, but there's only so much you can ask of volunteers, which is why, when we elect Rob Sand governor in November, we'll move forward with better elections, more cybersecurity, and the process will just be better.
And I will add that the young people in Iowa that are politically involved and getting politically involved are very mindful of cybersecurity. They're mindful of getting registered to support candidates. In fact, Iowa just doesn't pay any lip service to young people in terms of opportunities with either of our state parties. You can get elected to office. Our youngest elected member of the Iowa House, Democrat Adam Zabner, he's 27. The youngest candidate we have running for the Iowa House, Lita Stanton, is 21, and she was just recently endorsed by Senator Bernie Sanders.
Leah?
Thank you very much. Just for clarification, I want to make sure I heard you properly. Are you asking for a waiver to go early, or are you asking to be first?
We are asking for a waiver to go first. I think the New Hampshire folks made the point, and I think they made it well, which is that the order and the states that were in the pre-window 2020 before that it was very thoughtful and considerate as to what, how you fit the very demographics of the Democratic Party and the various regions. And so, we were asked to make our best pitch, and our best pitch is to go for first.
Okay, and did I also want to make sure I heard correctly that the Republicans are already planning and assuming that you will be first and that those are the provisions that you have made? Did I hear that right?
Yes, the Republicans in Iowa are guaranteed to go first on their side, and I think I don't think their calendar is set, but Iowa will go first on the Republican side.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also add, those of you who were not here last time, I was here with Scott last time making the pitch, and I mentioned that the Republicans of Iowa, they committed to going first, which they did. The Republican National Committee, they appointed the Iowa chair to their calendar process, which they did. They went first, same thing as set and stage to go.
Thank you. David?
David McDonald, Washington. You've answered my standard question in response to Leah, but let me rephrase it. If I heard you correctly, are you saying that either you're first or you don't want to be in the front window, or you're saying you want to be in the front window and you would prefer to be first?
Here we go. So Iowa law requires that we be a caucus and that we go before any competing process. Iowa code, I think it's 4 sub 1, and that requires it. We're here to work in good faith with y'all. We would like to comply with whatever the committee does, but the bottom line is that ultimately, Iowans will decide. But we want to be in the pre-window. We want to be first.
Andre?
Andre Triber from Texas. Since y'all are asking to go first, I asked this question of New Hampshire as well, and I'm going to ask it of you. After the 2024 election, one of the major stories that came out from that was how the Democratic Party was losing votes among Latino voters. I was looking at the census data. Iowa's population is about 7 to 8% Latino. Considering that these are voters that are extremely important for our candidates to be speaking to and hearing from if they're going to win in the general election, how can Iowa actually assist in making that happen with a relatively small population?
Well, you can see the percentage breakdown of the Latino community in your brochure, and again, it ranges from about 11% to almost 30% in about 10 to 12 counties. They're integrated in our factories, they're integrated into our farms, integrated into our communities across the board. You just saw a presentation of with my colleague, Angelina Ramirez, first Latina elected in the state legislature. That brings the total of the black and brown legislative caucus up to about 8%. With the number of candidates we have running in, at least in the House, 13% of our black or brown candidates 13% of our candidates in the House are from black and brown communities. In addition, we work in partnership with a lot of entities. I personally am a member of what's known as the Iowa Unity Coalition, which previously was the Latino community and the AAPI statewide caucus type groups. They've come together. They've endorsed candidates from the state house all the way down to city council, school boards. 80% of the candidates this last year that they've endorsed have gotten elected, and so there's energy in our community. one of the a voter suppression effort that was eventually heard by the Iowa Supreme Court. Members of our Latino community, LULAC, and others stepped forward to fund and to make that defense. And so, the history of Iowa is supporting diversity of all types. Iowa, almost 100 years before Brown versus Board of Education, integrating schools, Iowa went first. Historic accomplishments all the way up to the present day with myself in the legislature, the colleagues that we've had. It's an opportunity, and I think with some of the no party, as well as some of the moderate Republicans that have voted in our 5 special elections over the past year and a half. We've overperformed in all 5. We won 4 of those. That's not just Democrats stepping forward. It's people of all ages, all backgrounds saying we've had enough of this. So that there's energy. This is an opportunity. If you look at, we can be the phoenix rising from past failures and not reaching rural Iowans, rural America, communities of color, and together with Iowa being first, we can rise together against the oncoming media onslaught and Republican megaphone that's coming to Iowa. It's already there. We can do this together. Let's work in partnership.
And the only other thing I'd add is that the Des Moines School District, which was by far the largest district in the state, is a majority-minority district. And my wife was president of our local school board, and they spoke 70 languages within the school district. So there is more diversity in Iowa than you think.
Thank you. Michael?
Thank you. Michael Kapp from California. In a lot of the presentations we've heard today, I very much appreciated the collaborative and partnership approach that many states have shared with us. For example, many have made clear their plans to change their state laws to reflect the decision of this committee. However, there was an article in Notice this morning about elected Democrats in Iowa who are already threatening to go rogue if this committee does not do what they want. For example, your House Democratic leader, Brian Mayer, was quoted as saying he triple dog dares the DNC not to seat Iowa delegates should your state ignore our rules. How does the Iowa Democratic Party view its responsibilities to follow DNC rules and the direction of this committee?
Having served on this committee, I mean, obviously, the Iowa Democratic Party has long striven to comply with this committee's restrictions. And certainly that would be our goal this time. Obviously, we have elected officials. It is, the primaries are in a week, and it's the silly season. And so it's time for people to make sure if there's a camera around to say something.
I'm not going to call my House leader silly. What I will say is I'm an assistant House Democratic leader, and Scott's exactly right. People are, the media's looking for stories. People are willing to step forward. They're trying to hammer home their support for Iowa, their support for Democrats, and Iowans firmly believe that with the support of this committee and the DNC Democrats nationwide, we can continue to have those over-performances in elections. We can work together to continue to make sure that it's not just about winning elections, but it's making sure that we've got women's right to health care, that we've got good jobs, people can be recruited, retained, and retire through good union jobs, that we are making sure that we're lowering our cancer rates, that we are supporting our farmers. That's the message we should be looking at, and we just think Iowa has a great history with people, candidates who haven't had the resources, who have great ideas, but they need to test those ideas to hone them out, and it comes out beautifully in Iowa. The best of that is the wave that we saw from President Barack Obama.
Thank you.
Raymond, did you have your 10 up, or are you good? Elaine?
Yeah, good presentation, everybody. And 2028, we're going to have a lot of people running, and I think that's good. I like almost everybody who is being mentioned, so it's going to be an intense fight. And it's likely that if Iowa were first or even early, that some candidates may come close to each other, or even, within a small fraction. Does Iowa have the capacity to run a recall or run a new election, should the election be very close, in order to determine who actually won?
I honestly haven't thought about it, Elaine. I mean, ultimately, that would be in our delegate selection plan if that were, ultimately if we had to make the decision. But certainly by switching to presidential preference cards and in person where there'll be verifiable writings, assuming that is the case, we should be able to run a re-election if we were to have to, God forbid.
Okay.
Are there any more questions for the Iowa team? Thank you very much. This was great.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Before we move on to Michigan, we're going to do Michigan, and then we're going to take a short break, and then Jim will bring us back with Georgia and possibly a recess if we're good. So Michigan, are you ready? Perfect.
Where's the clicker? My name is Curtis Tertel. I am the chair of the Michigan Democratic Party. We first just want to say that we are honored to be requesting to be moved into the early window. I want to be clear that that is a request, not a demand. I also want to be clear that we understand why this committee has that power. We think it's important. And we are also not asking you to change the schedule of when you make decisions or anything else. That is this committee's prerogative, and we appreciate your service on this committee. I want to introduce our panelists real quickly. Laura Dickerson, the UAW Vice President. Joe Gutowski, the Michigan Rural Caucus Chair. And Shanae Watson-Whitaker, Reproductive Freedom for All Director of Michigan Campaigns. We believe that early voices make strong choices, that Michigan is a battleground state representative of the diversity of our country, and that Michigan is America.
This is Michigan, the best place in the country to see what America really looks like. This is the state that built the middle class and put the world on wheels, where Motown and melodies inspired movements, where courage gives way to progress and hard work gives way to opportunity. Michigan is America, embodying the political, racial, and geographic constituencies that will be key to winning the presidency. As the most diverse battleground state, Michigan is home to some of the country's largest populations of Black, Latino, Jewish, Asian American, Native American, and Arab American voters. We're home to a booming agriculture industry, farmers from both peninsulas carrying on the work of generations of Michiganders to support their communities. And of course, we're proud to be the motor capital of the world, where union workers, engineers, and innovators are building the future of advanced manufacturing, batteries, and electric vehicles. From our healthcare system to our world-class public universities to our defense industry and so much more, Michiganders are on the front line of every sector and every problem. We have been ranked the #1 state for automotive R&D, the #1 state for clean energy investment, a top 5 state for entrepreneurship, and a top 10 state for doing business multiple years in a row. What's more, this is a state where elections are played by the rules, where we have fair maps and strong election security, where volunteers can afford housing, food, and groceries thanks to our low cost of living. And because we're fixing the damn roads, they can get in a made-in-Michigan vehicle and drive from Kalamazoo to Detroit to Saginaw in record time. And unlike other states, there's no singular dominant media market that holds back campaigns with fewer resources. Michigan is the state where you can find democracy in action, where voters have choices, real choices. The road to the White House runs right through our state. Because Michigan is not just any battleground state, it's the ultimate battleground state. This is the state that looks like America. From our teachers and small business owners to our union workers and researchers, from our rural communities and bustling urban centers. There is no one way to be a Michigander, but we all have something in common. We work hard, we want the best for each other, and we all want to win. This is America, the best of America. This is Michigan.
So for us, it's really comes down to very simple. We are the battleground state that is the most diverse in the country and looks like America. Every investment in Michigan is important to winning the general election. We have one of the strongest state parties in the country. We have Project 83, which is a full-time organizing program that organizes on the ground throughout the country all year long and makes sure that our county parties are strong. We actually reopened Iron County, Michigan and Mount Morency, Michigan that didn't have county parties for more than a decade last year. I was in a bar in Iron County, Michigan with 50 people ready to do the work to elect Democrats up and down the ballot. You have to drive through Wisconsin, by the way, to get to Iron County. So it's important that we are the most racially diverse battleground state. When you're looking at that, but it's not just racially. We are the most politically diverse, geographically diverse, the diversity of crops that we have in our agriculture, the diversity of industries and labor. We are the state that put the world on wheels, and we also feed the world. Michigan is made up of people who make things and grow things. It's incredibly important to who we are. There are very few states that represent the entire political spectrum of what the Democratic Party is. Michigan is one of them. We're the most diverse battleground state in the country. We look like America. And when you see the diversity and wealth of experience across America, both racial, political, geographic, and agricultural, industrial, and economic, Michigan is America, and we ask to be put in the early window. And I will turn it over to Laura Dickerson from the UAW.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, good afternoon. This is exciting, right? Let's get excited about this. We're excited about Michigan, right? So my name is Laura Dickerson, and I have the proud honor of serving as Vice President of the International Union UAW. I direct our UAW Ford department, as well as our Agricultural Implement department. Yes, I have John Deere, Caterpillar, and Case New Holland. I'm also excited about that as well. I represent tens of thousands of workers across the United States, and that's an honor to be able to do that. But what really comes to mind is Michigan, right? And so as a proud Michigander, I can tell you Michigan's economy reflects the nation's economy. From auto workers at the historic Ford Rouge complex, building the best trucks in America, to mom and pop small business owners. From healthcare workers taking care of our loved ones, to farmers and farm workers working the apple and cherry orchards, Michigan has it all. Michigan put the world on wheels. Yes, we did. And we're very proud of that, very proud of our auto industry in Michigan. We made sure the workers who made that possible had dignity and fair wages. We built not only cars, but a middle-class life for all working people in our state. Michigan has set an example. When strong unions fight for our workers and our elected leaders have our backs, like when President Biden made history as the first sitting president to visit an active picket line during the victorious stand-up strike in 2023. And I also had the honor at that point to stand next to him because I was the director of Region 1A at the time. And so that was a great moment in our history to have a sitting president come and join us and have our backs. That's a sharp contrast to this past January when President Trump visited the Ford Dearborn truck plant. And I'm sure a lot of people saw me on the news because it played over and over, because T.J. Sabula famously told Mr. Trump exactly what he thought of him. We witnessed what the current president thinks about working people. Unbelievable, right? With a crude gesture and an attempt, not just an attempt, multiple attempts to get him fired. But one thing is good for TJ, and that's he has a union. I served as his vice president and wanted to make sure that he kept his job, and TJ still has his job to this day. So no one is getting fired for speaking truth to power. In Michigan, workers don't just protect our rights, we exercise them. Working people are eager to engage in a conversation about our future. Michigan is the heart of the American auto industry and the heartbeat of the middle class. But Michigan is more than just auto. Michigan is at the cutting edge of future mobility and industry, made up of incredibly talented people who make, grow, build, and innovate, from engineers to entrepreneurs, from tech workers to medical researchers, and yes, we have proud union members in every sector. And don't forget, Michigan's economy reflects our diversity, with 50,000 Black-owned businesses located in Detroit alone. The agricultural implement workers I represent in places like Iowa and Illinois benefit from supplying construction equipment as Michigan continues to, as our current governor would say, fix the damn roads. And we also have forestry equipment to our timber industry rooted in northern Michigan and the Upper Peninsula. And I just want to give a shout out to our agricultural industry in Michigan. We represent workers who build farm equipment for our nation's farmers, and a lot that goes to support the 46,000 farms in Michigan who contribute over $100 billion to the economy. $100 billion, from cherries to chestnuts. And if you can find it at your local farmer's market, Michigan's got it. Michigan grows more agricultural crops than any other state except California. That's something, because I just told you I have AgImp. I just left Iowa, by the way, and we have more crops than Iowa. That's something to be proud of. Agriculture is Michigan's second largest industry, supporting 1 in every 4 jobs and making sure there's food on the table. Our economy and our people are diverse, and they are eager to be in the conversation with Democrats. Let me say that again, Democrats, who want to put forward a vision of America that we can see for ourselves. Thank you. Now we'll turn it over to Shanae.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I'm a former New Yorker, some of y'all know, and I now live in the city of Detroit. So when we address people in the city of Detroit, we say, "What up, doe?" So I'm gonna say, "What up, doe?" to you, and then you'll respond to me. What up, doe? What up, doe? What up, doe? What up, doe? Thank you so much. I feel at home now. So I'm going to talk about the demographics of Michigan and our coalition in the state, and how we are the framework of America. And I just want to talk about how, we're home of several groups of voters throughout the state, whether it's city folks, suburban, exurban, and rural voters. And they've contributed to the democratic gains across the state, from Kalamazoo to Lansing to Grand Rapids to Traverse City. Michigan is home to the past, present, and future of strong labor organizing, as you just heard from Laura. Do you know that nearly 700,000, and I'm going to repeat that, 700,000 Michiganders are represented by unions? And when including retirees, that's 1 million people. Our union members are police, firefighters, library workers, nurses, plumbers, educators, iron and steel workers, longshoremen, stagehands, clerical workers, librarians, and much, much more. I want to also talk about what we've done in Michigan. In 2018, a resounding 67% of majority of voters, including majorities out of 83 counties, voted for a proposal to secure important voting reforms in the state. And building on the progress of the 2018 victory, voters overwhelmingly approved with about 60% of the vote, voting rights proposal safeguarding votes, and that increased access to the ballot box, that allowed for early voting in our elections. It provided prepaid postage for permanent absentee voters and whatnot. And then what I'm most proud of as the former deputy campaign manager, in 2022, voters overwhelmingly approved Proposal 3, which enshrined abortion into our state constitution. And we were the first to do that. Thank you for the applause. And I'll say this as people see that, you know, they don't see a black woman behind that. They think of it as a white issue. And here I am, a black woman from the Bronx, coming to Michigan, a state that adopted me, and we passed that ballot initiative overwhelmingly. So when you think of that and what we passed in 2022, after that, we knew we had more work to do with our governor. She had signed a bill that ended the 1931 abortion ban in our state, and this victory also led to our trifecta. So we had not only the governor's race, we had the state senate, and we also had the state house as well. So when we talk about Michigan being America, we talk about no absentee voting, no reason absentee voting, in-person early voting, and same-day voter registration. We talk about West Michigan's, what's going on in our state and our 46,000 farms, which contribute over $100 billion to Michigan's economy. From cherries to oh my God, I read the wrong thing. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, y'all. It's like, I know that didn't sound right. So let me talk about where I live. I live in the city of Detroit. That is the country's blackest city in the United States. It's home to Motown, to the Great Migration. My folks came up from Alabama to Michigan during the Great Migration, and Detroit has provided a decisive margin for victory for every Democratic president elected over the last century. Diversity isn't just a word within our city in Detroit. There is like incredible diversity throughout southeastern Michigan, from our folks that are Arab American, from our growing Latino population as well. Detroit, for me, is an iconic city. It is one that, when you hear the name City of Detroit, it represents grit and hard work. It represents toughness and strength. It represents resilience. And there are 700,000 people that call Detroit home, about 10% whom went unaccounted for during the Trump administration census. And that's according to the University of Michigan. But what Detroit really is for me is a city that for over 200 years has served as the birthplace for millions of American dreams. It's a city teeming with culture, progress, opportunity, and a diverse population with a complex history. So let's talk about what's trending for us in our state. Educated suburbs are trending towards Democrats, and I talk about Kent County, which is in the western part of the state, Oakland County, which is in southeastern Michigan, but it's also significant to note that in Grand Traverse, Michigan, Michigan's second largest growing county, the Democratic share of the vote grew by 8 points from 2016 to 2024. The growing strength of Democrats in the suburban areas of Michigan was evident this year, honestly. We had a special election in Senate District 35, which our candidate, Chedrick Green, won victoriously. This race that he was a part of, the DLCC named as the most competitive special election of 2026. Mm-hmm. And he won convincingly by nearly 20 points. Chedrick even exceeded President Obama's 2008 margin in Senate District 35. And during the special general election, his campaign and the Michigan Democratic Party coordinated campaign made 93,290 calls, knocked on 33,000 doors, and had about 8,630 conversations with voters.
Michigan.
This shows real momentum for candidates who lead campaigns that directly speak to voters and champion solutions for those issues. So I'm going
We
to
are
turn it over to
at
Joe.
time now and ready for questions from the committee. Thank you very much. Steph?
Thank you for your presentation. Steph Campagna-Wheaton from New Jersey. First, Donna, my dad always says we don't get older, we get more experience. So I don't think y'all are old. I just think you're very, very experienced. But my question that I've asked for every state is, what is the average cost of rent for a month for a one-bedroom apartment in Detroit?
$1,100.
Had that ready to go. Love it.
And I just want to say that we have a long history of supportive housing as well in Michigan. We are one of the most affordable in the country for a couple of reasons, but also we have a history of our staff being labor union. So Michigan is one of the only state in 70 years to undo right to work. We have a strong labor union background. My staff at the Michigan Democratic Party is IBW. So is our coordinated team as well. So people make fair wages in Michigan, and there's also supportive housing available for volunteers to come in.
Alicia?
Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma, and my question is regarding diversity. I heard conversation about African Americans, appreciate that, but Michigan has 12 federally recognized tribes.
Yep.
And I didn't see a lot of conversation about how we're going to encourage participation from our Native American community.
Absolutely. It's incredibly important. We have renewed our relationships with our tribal communities. I spent a lot of time with our tribal and Anishinaabe caucus. It's a really key to some of the most important battleground parts of Michigan where they are located. So it's in partnership. It's not us coming in. It's actually working with people from that community. Michigan has had a long history of hiring people from out of state to run our campaigns. We have actually transferred that during our coordinated campaign hiring this year to actually training people on the ground and hiring people from our own communities so that it's not somebody else coming in and telling them how to actually run their campaigns. So that's been really important in the Native American communities and will continue to be as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Michigan. Leah Daughtry from the great state of New York, the Republic of Brooklyn. I want to ask a question. The Trump administration recently announced that they intend to deploy an election integrity army to monitor elections, both the 2026 and going forward. I would expect they'd be particularly active in our quote-unquote battleground states where the margins are close.
100%.
So I'd like to hear from you what you are planning or thinking in terms of voter protection to ensure that the people who we want to vote and need, really all people who want to vote and need to vote, are able to do so in safety and security.
Thank you very much for that question. In Michigan, we are used to attacks on our election integrity. That has been something that we have always been ready for. And so the Michigan Democratic Party has a full-time voter protection unit as part of our campaigns. So it's not all off-year elections and on-year elections. We don't really have off-years anymore. Has voter protection. In Shedrick Green's seat, where we just had that Senate seat up, we had every precinct that had over more than 200 voters had someone there. We had already cured 70% of the ballots going into Election Day. And we have a network of lawyers that are used to going in and suing on our protections. The other thing I would say that's important is we have a Democratic Attorney General who has sued the Trump administration over and over and over again to protect voters' rights. We have a Democratic Secretary of State who has protected our elections time and time again. We will not bow down to the Trump administration. We have a history of fighting back in Michigan, and we will make sure, whether it's through the Michigan Democratic Party or elected officials, that we have safe, secure, and free elections in Michigan in 2024 and 26 and 28. No problem.
Jane?
Thank you, Chair, for your presentation and all of the guests that you brought along with you.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. One on voter reg. Talk to me first about how you do partisan voter registration. Do you guys have same day? And then I'm curious how you will use the primary if you get one of the early states to build your party infrastructure to help down ballot candidates as well.
Absolutely. So first off, we don't have partisan voter registration in Michigan. We do have motor voter, and we have a very high voter registration rate, but we also have same-day registration on Election Day. So someone can come to the polls, decide that they want to vote and sign up, and I think it's important. It's absolutely critical for our organizing program to have this kind of energy and excitement going on. I mean, I will say this. Those of you that are depressed about what you see around the country, I'd say spend a little time across America talking to the people that actually do the work. People that are disappointed that they lost the last election, that are economically hurting, that are scared and still show up every day to knock a door, to make a phone call, to write a small check. The people that are out there that are fighting back for this country should inspire each and every one of us in the work that we do every single day. It keeps me optimistic in this job. What I would say is that having that energy of people, Democrats fighting across Michigan would be incredibly important. We're not used to being an early state in this process. Our decisions have largely been made for us in the past. And for Michigan, I think this party is going to have one of the most diverse and longer process that many, many states will matter. And I think that's really good to actually have that going into next year. I think that there are a lot of people who want a decision to be made in this process. But for Michigan voters, those that have worked for years and have won us a Democratic trifecta, have elected an amazing Democratic governor, I think they would love to be part of the process of deciding who the next president would be. It would mean a lot to them and would keep the energy going around the state, and would help lean into the already on-the-ground organizing program that we have.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. For the record, my favorite Motown sound was Stop in the Name of Love.
Great one.
1965. I enjoyed it. I could still dance to that music. But my question is similar to Leah, and it has to do with, of course, your state cooperation or non-cooperation with the Justice Department, Homeland Security on securing your voter registration list. It's my understanding that in November last year that the House, your House, the Michigan House, adopted a resolution to turn over all of the so-called unredacted data. So what is the status of that? And
it's dead in the Senate.
Okay, good.
It will not be signed by our governor.
All right.
I would also say that we have a 3-seat minority right now in the State House, and we plan on winning it back this election cycle. We feel very good about that. And Matt Hall, who is the current speaker, will be the minority leader or have some other job afterwards if we beat him.
Now, is it true that the Justice Department may take you to the Sixth Circuit to try to force your hand? And the second and last question, are there attempts to try to collect ballots in Wayne County similar to what they did down in Fulton County in Georgia?
They did attempt to do that, although ballots were held in the they sued the city, but they didn't actually go after the county, so they have to actually go to the right place. Unfortunately, they didn't do that, but you know, what do they know about the law? I would also say that Secretary Benson has been a leader in fighting back against the Trump administration, and our Attorney General has beat them every single time when it comes to these issues. So while I understand the concerns about the Trump administration continuing to attack us. Of course they want to attack us. They need to win Michigan if they want to win the presidency. We have stood strong, and we will continue to stand strong.
And with regards to your cybersecurity infrastructure, how secure and strong?
Michigan, cybersecurity infrastructure, Michigan has full paper ballots. And we feel very strong on our cybersecurity front. And we are, at the state party, invest directly in cybersecurity. We have to deal with it every single election cycle.
Lastly, voter purges. Last year, it was reported that over 318,000 folks were purged from the voter rolls. I know some dealt with people moving, but others, I'm still trying to explore on the website and others, what happened to those individuals? Do you all try to go back and get them to re-register? What's the process?
Yeah, that is a part of our voter protection unit in Michigan. I feel that in Michigan, actually, we are a really high registration state. And the nice thing about Michigan is that we have same-day registration as well. So even if someone was illegally purged from those rolls, they showed up on election day, they would still be able to get a ballot and still be able to vote.
And no attempt has been made to disenfranchise college students or college campuses by the state or the government, anybody?
No, in fact, Mike Rogers, who's running for our Senate, was only elected to Congress when he was in the legislature because he passed a bill called Senate Bill 306. I was in college at the time, I had more hair. They did that to make it harder for students to vote on campus. But we undid that both in the propositions passed by our voters to actually extend voting rights to every single citizen in our state and our legislature that codified those rules afterwards. So we have some of the strongest voter protection laws in the country and certainly available on college campuses. In fact, at Michigan State University is the largest chapter of College Democrats of America in the country.
I raise all those questions because you're absolutely correct. You all do have one of the best programs in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Stuart?
It's good to see all of you. I'm Stuart Applebaum. I'm from New York, but unlike Leah Daughtry, I'm not from Brooklyn. I'm from Manhattan. In 2024, a significant share of the vote was cast for uncommitted. I wanted to know whether or not you have any thoughts on the process as a result of that vote. Were there any considerations in changing the rules for the primary as a result of a large uncommitted vote?
Let me say a couple things. The first is that I think we, as a party, a place like Michigan where we have a large Arab and large Jewish population is important. I think these conversations should be made early in the process, not late. I think that making sure that everyone is heard is important. But I will also say that I was elected chair with the endorsement of both the Jewish and the Arab caucus. And they are actually working together in Michigan. We just passed a resolution out of our resolutions committee that talks about ending the divisiveness between these groups and focusing on the things that we agree on. And at the end of the day, if this president isn't enough to oppose and be able to work together, then I'm not sure what would drive that more. But more importantly, that we are all focused on the affordability of housing. We are all focused on the ability to lower the cost to raise a family, to lower the cost of prescription drugs, to provide health care access to everybody. And those are things that Jewish voters and Arab voters can both agree on. And they're working together right now in order to get Democrats elected across our state. So I understand what happened in 2024. I think that what it takes is a willingness to listen and be part of the process and give a voice to everybody. That's what we've done in the Michigan Democratic Party. And I think we've got people working together again because of it.
Thank you. Andre?
Thank you. Andre Schreiber from Texas. I have a question regarding candidate ballot access. So reading from your application, Secretary of State creates a list that is compiled from folks that gain media attention, basically. The chair is then able to follow up and add to that list. I think a lot of us are probably anticipating in 2028, pretty big field. Yeah. We'll probably expect a lot of candidates, and many of those candidates, when they jump in, are probably not going to be jumping in with a big number of polling, 0%, 1% kind of thing. So my two questions are, first, what is the deadline to get onto those lists to actually appear on the ballot? You know, the deadline for someone to have caught enough fire to be considered major? And then secondly, I was wondering if, and especially if you have any examples, this would help, in practice, what is that threshold for someone to be considered a major candidate for ballot access?
That's a great question. I, as chair, believe that we should have as many voices as possible. And so, as chair of the party, if I'm still chair of the party, and I got reelected too, I'm an elected official, I would be pushing for as liberal interpretation of that as possible, because I think that we want people to be able to have their voices in that process. But we'll get you information of what it's been in the past, for sure. Thank you.
Frank?
Yeah, Frank Leone, D.C. Last cycle, Michigan enacted a statute providing for the state primary, and that would provide in 2028 a primary date of February 22nd, if I did my math properly. Are there any anticipated changes to that date or other changes in the primary statute?
So we're interested in being in the early window. The order, and we're not asking to be first, but the order is set by you, not us. So at the end of the day, we plan on having our trifecta again after this election. We feel strongly that we're going to take the state house back again. We're only down by 3 seats. Polling currently shows the generic congressional and legislative in Michigan is +8. That would be enough to get into the 60s. So I feel comfortable about where we are in terms of that process. And whatever this committee decides, we will change the election date too. We don't think that state law preempts the judgment of this committee. I think if it did, that would be problematic, because every state would move forward with their own laws. So we respect what this committee does, and we will figure out how to change the law to whatever point we have to because of it.
Thank you. Indira?
Sorry, this is Indira de Girala. I'm from Colorado. Thank you so much for your presentation, and appreciate Stuart Applebaum for his question and how open you were with your forthright with your answers you were. Considering how the other side is weaponizing religion against our base, it looks like, you know, you all have taken steps in building bridges. What are some concrete steps that you as a party or state party taking in building more year-round organizing around faith-based organizations? And how do you think a presidential candidate might benefit from engaging in that specific space?
Yeah, I would say this, that we didn't lose Michigan for any one reason, and I don't need, you know, I mean, I think that you can look at pretty specifically, Michigan bled in 79 out of 83 counties last election cycle, and I think that it's partially, I'm going to get to your question, I'm sorry, I just want to, go ahead.
I'm also a co-chair of the DNC Interfaith Council, so
Makes
that's
total
why
sense.
that's the context of my question.
Makes
really.
total sense. I just think that sometimes media likes to tell a narrative about what happened in Michigan, and I think it's important to remember that there are lots of reasons when it's that close why things went the wrong way. But I will say this: we have built new relationships with our faith community throughout the state. I think it's incredibly important. I spend more times at religious celebrations across the state of all of our different religions to build those relationships in a matter of respect in Michigan. And we're a diverse state religiously as well. I mean, we have a strong Muslim but strong Jewish population. We have a large Sikh population in Lansing. We have a large population of all different kinds of faith. And so it's important for us to be respectful of that. We have built a network that people can plug into of county parties and partnerships in faith, and we've also opened a Detroit office for the first time in more than 2 decades to actually build relationships there as well, because we bled there as well. And one of the things we're working on with our faith-based community is we now have a food pantry in our Detroit office to help. Though we're not just trying to get people's votes. We're trying to also serve people as well, which I think is something the Democratic Party has to get back to.
Thank you. Jamie?
Thank you. Jamie Salzler, North Dakota.
Love Michigan. I just spent 2 days hiking in the UP this weekend.
Fantastic. One of my favorite places.
There are no Trump signs, so whatever you're doing is working up there, so keep up
Thank
the
you
good
very
work.
much.
I want to talk about, great application. You talk about affordability in there. I want you to kind of talk to us about whether it truly is affordable or not. The Detroit market is a little pricey, double the cost of the other markets in the state, double the cost of Des Moines, for example. And I wonder if this will be not a Michigan primary, but a Detroit primary based on where all the money will go, and that's where all the people are. What will the party do to ensure that the rest of the state that is other types of folks and other cities and everything are also treated equally?
So I would say a couple things with that. The first is that our media market, point per media dollars, is actually less than Colorado, it's less than Illinois, it's less than Minnesota. And we have 7 actual major media markets. And while Detroit is certainly a very important part of the Michigan coalition, you can't just win Michigan through Detroit. You have to do it on the ground, and you have to do it in all those other communities as well. So I think it's important to do that. But you're right. Our media ranges from, very expensive in Detroit, much less in Chicago, but very expensive in Detroit, to Traverse City, where you can buy TV for a fifth of that, and talk to a large swath of the state as well. I will also tell you that Michigan has a strong background in electing candidates who spent less money. So, for example, Jesse Jackson won Michigan. Bernie Sanders won Michigan in 2016. We have a history of people doing it through grassroots campaigning and winning in Michigan. So you don't have to spend the most money to win in Michigan, and I think that we've proven that here. Thank you.
Andre?
Somebody let Joe talk.
Andre Washington from Ohio. I just want to make just a quick comment because I'd like to talk to you offline about your pantry in Detroit.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with that because I was always taught the service is the rent that you pay for room here on earth, and you pay your rent through service to the community. So I just wanted to say that you should be applauded for that. So, but I would like to talk more offline about this.
Yeah, I want you to come down to our
do.
Detroit office, actually. For the Juneteenth celebration, we're actually having a carnival in the back. After the election, we have our precinct delegates. We're doing I like to barbecue. I do a fundraiser at in my backyard that raises $150,000 for the party and I do all the cooking. Cook gumbo. Those of you from down south, yes, I know how to. I might not look like it, but I know how to cook a mean gumbo. And I smoke 40 pounds of pork, make macaroni and cheese from scratch. And we have this fundraiser that we do in my backyard, but we're going to do it for precinct delegates this year as well in our Detroit office in a big space that we have in the back of that. And I think it's really just trying to make people feel like they matter again and reminding people that the work that they do. I want to build a state party that honors the work that people do on the ground. I think that's what's important in our state parties across the country.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, I think that concludes the questions and the presentation. Thank you very much for a very thorough
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Since I'm not shy, I just wanted to say that I want to happy birthday again to Gary, and Michigan is America. And my birthday's tomorrow. This would be a great present. Thank you.
We are going to take a 20-minute break for you to return calls, get up and stretch your legs. Yes, because we have to give Georgia a little extra time. So take a break, come back. Jim is going to take us home.
right. Thank you, everybody. Members of the committee, we will now consider applications from the South. We'll begin to consider applications from the South. The next application before this committee is from the state of Georgia to hold a pre-window state-run primary. At this time, I'd like to welcome Chair Bailey to the podium to begin their presentation. And can somebody give Chair Bailey a heads up back there?
Oh.
They're not here. They're walking over. All right, they're on their way, huh? We're so efficient, we're shocking everybody.
Here's your chance to give a speech.
For the At this time, I'd like to welcome Chair Bailey to the podium to begin the presentation for the state of Georgia.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hear I'm the last one in between dinner or a drink. So that's good. Appreciate that planning. No, I'm happy to be here. My name is Charlie Bailey, and I'm proud to be the chairman of the Democratic Party of the great state of Georgia. Let me just say, everything I'm about to say, let me give the caveat. Everything I'm about to say about our wonderful state has got nothing to do with and no comment on all the great attributes of all the wonderful states that make up the DNC, not the least of which some of my brothers and sisters that are chairs of the states applying are in here as well. I appreciate y'all's time today. I want to shout out my friend Wendy Davis, who is on this committee. Where'd she go? Oh, she's right there. Wendy, who's been teaching me about politics for over 20 years now, when she met me as a young Democrat. And I'm proud to have her as a mentor and a friend. And also, congratulations for helping manage Keisha Lance Bottom's race and strong nomination to be our next governor. All right. So I'll just say here, the thing that Georgia, if you take nothing else away from what we offer as being an early state, it is that the twin objectives of having a diverse electorate and being a battleground state. Some of our brothers and sisters can do one, some can do the other, and we can do both. And I would say no state better fits the stated goals that the DNC has for competitiveness, diversity, the accessibility that our infrastructure provides, and our nationally recognized voter protection department has already proven its ability to guarantee fair, transparent, and inclusive elections. Our coalition is already diverse, and it is growing. We are on track to be a majority-minority state here soon. We probably actually already are. We just don't have a census to prove it. And in the South, Georgia has the second highest percentage of non-white population of all the southern states, at 48% already. Again, it's probably already over that. That's at last census. We also have the third highest union representation in our electorate of all southern states. We are diverse not just racially and ethnically, but we are diverse geographically. Some of my friends that are not from Georgia think it's Atlanta and then everywhere else. Now, I'm from rural West Georgia, grew up on a cattle farm there. Yeah, we've got Atlanta, one of the vibrant, biggest and growing cities in the country. But if you look at how we actually break out in terms of our population, this provides candidates a lot of different ways to campaign. We've got what we call kind of core Atlanta. That's 19% of the population. We've got suburbs and exurbs. It's another 37%. We've got our hub cities. It's 14%. Think of, if you've heard of Savannah, Columbus, Augusta, Macon, Albany, places like that. And then we've got a really big rural population. 21% of our population is rural. Agriculture is still our #1 industry, even with all the Fortune 500 companies that we have. A fourth of, and people also mistake this, they think sometimes that our rural population that just means white. Nah, not in the South, and certainly not in Georgia. A fourth of our rural registered voters are minorities, and a fifth of rural registered voters in Georgia are black. We have these caucuses that reflect our diversity. These are resources to presidential candidates that reflect the entire state of Georgia and our entire electorate. This infrastructure is built out and will be ready for any candidates that come to campaign. And I don't need to tell anybody here the importance of that kind of work for not just winning a nomination, but ultimately winning the presidency, which is obviously the whole point of the project. When we don't just have people in these coalitions and committees and that kind of thing, they use tailored community outreach. We have in-language voting resources, literature, phone banks, and including our voter protection hotline operators, and I'll talk a little bit more about voter protection program in just a bit. And we make regularly investment in both earned and paid media, including in-language and bilingual social media ads. We just brought on a new digital director who is bilingual in Spanish, and she's focusing on this already. Did that in the primaries that we just had last week. If you win Georgia, you win the country, simply put. We are the ultimate battleground. And we have 2 senators, obviously, to prove it. But it's not the only measure by which you see our growing status. In our state house, just from the 10 years from 2016 to 2026, we grew from 60 seats to 81 seats. We are now 10 seats from an outright majority, 9 seats in the state house from a dead tie. 5 of those seats, y'all, 5 of them were won by the vice president, by VP Harris. This is how close, and these are with gerrymandered maps. In the state Senate, we grew from 18 to 23 seats. Obviously, we went from 0 United States senators to, if you ask me, the 2 best United States senators in the country, and my friends John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. We went from 0 statewide elected officials to 2 public service commissioners, statewide elected non-federal officials, to 2 public service commissioners just last year who won by 26-point margins. Grew from 4 seats to 5 in the congressional delegation in spite of gerrymandering. And then obviously we sent our electoral votes for Joe Biden in 2020 and had the highest raw Democratic vote gain of any state from 2020 to 2024 in spite of the headwinds that we had in our country in that election. Here's another way to think about our growing competitiveness. 2018, the national environment, y'all know this, was about 8.6 in our favor, D plus 8.6. At the top of the ticket, we lost by 1.4. And me, I had a lot more hair then, and I didn't have the beard. I was a 35-year-old, never run for anything. I was our attorney general nominee, and I almost won against an incumbent. That tells you how good the environment was. But that's still a 10-point delta from the national environment to what we had in Georgia. Fast forward to 2024. Nationally, Donald Trump wins by 1.5. In Georgia, he wins by 2.2. That delta is 0.7%. In the intervening 6 and now 8 years, we have moved much closer to where the median of the country is. That's why we say we are the ultimate battleground and heading in the right direction. This is another way to visualize this. Y'all probably seen one of these maps. If you look across the state, this is the 2024 election and the shifts. You can see where there wasn't much blue. You see where a lot of it is concentrated there. It's in Georgia. There were, if we go back, 4 of the 10 largest counties with the largest swings nationally, 4 of the 10 were located in Georgia. And when you look, it's around metro Atlanta where you see, again, against these headwinds, you see this growth that we have. This is another way to visualize it. We had 23 counties that shifted Democratic from 2020 to 2024. Now look at this. This is the population change, and I'm going to flip back. The darker green is the increase, okay? See where it is? It's where we're swinging. We're growing where we are swinging. That shows how competitive we are and are going to be in the future. In the public service, this is a better map. How about I like this one a lot more. In the PSC election, so the same night that the Virginia governor's race and New Jersey governor's race were decided, we elected those 2 PSC commissioners. That's like our state utility board. And in 157 of the 159 county, our brothers and sisters in Texas are the only state that have more counties than we do. There's a funny story about why we have so many. But 157 of the 159 shifted left. I love this one too. These are the counties we won. This is the first time since 1998 that there were blue counties, a contiguous line connecting the Alabama border to the South Carolina border. This was not just a growth in the cities. This was across the state. And we did that with messaging about people's pocketbooks, about what Republican rule and 23 years of it had wrought for their families. People run on that kind of message in 2028, we will win the presidency, and we've shown the pathway how you can do that in Georgia. Now look at the primary we just had. So on the left, you'll see that's the 2022 primary and the percentage of those voters that voted in our primary versus the Republicans. So 95% of black voters, 47% Hispanic voters, 44. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. Now look at the shift in the primary we just had last week. And this, let me just say this. All right. They had 2 competitive top-of-the-ticket races, governor and U.S. Senate. And in that governor's race, they spent $100 million beating the fool out of each other. We had a governor's race, but we did not have a Senate race, obviously a primary, because John already was unopposed in the primary. Our people combined in the governor's race spent probably $4.5–5 million. They spent another $15 million in the U.S. Senate race. By all, like, the way politics is supposed to work and what all y'all know, we should not have had any gains here. We had an 8-point, if you look, all voters, we outballoted them 54% to 46%, an 8-point margin. You have to go back, I say 1998. You have to go back to 1998, the last time we had a midterm primary margin like that. We should not have even won the ballot margin with that kind of disparity and spin in the 2 top of the ticket. Not only did we win, it was the highest in a generation. And when you see, look at the Hispanic voters. It went from 47% to 72% of Hispanic voters pulling the Democratic ballot. 44% of AAPI voters to 63. White voters 14 to 25. We not only grew our margin, or just our raw, sorry, not our margin, we grew our raw votes 48%. So 2022, the number of people picking a Democratic ballot to 2026. 48% increase. Not only that, Republicans had a raw vote drop. Now think about that. A raw vote drop of 23%. We're 4 years later, population growth, because we're growing, and they've got the most expensive races at the top of the ticket ever, and they're so disillusioned, and we have so much momentum that they dropped. That is the kind of momentum that we have that we're building on to win in November and lay the groundwork for all of our great candidates to run in primaries and prove to our voters, they don't have to wait to the general election. They start proving to our voters in that primary that they understand their lives and that they're going to fight for them. We've talked about some of this. You get the broad coalition of voters. We have demonstrated a commitment to the voters who make up the foundation of our party and are key to success, as well as being that true battleground state. We also have a strong infrastructure that'll aid candidates in campaigning. As y'all well know, 75% of the delegates at the state level are chosen actually by congressional district. With our geographic diversity, what this enables candidates to do is they don't just have to park in Atlanta and campaign there. They can, but there could be candidates with all different ways of thinking about an electorate and what they can get in an early state. And getting delegates is very important. We got a lot of different ways for them to campaign and get delegates. You've got, of our 14 congressional districts, you've got 4 that you would call are core Atlanta or inner suburb. You've got another 4 that are suburban and exurban. You got 4 that are mostly rural but have an anchor in one of our hub cities, Augusta or Columbus or Macon or Savannah. And then you've got another 2 that are just purely rural. So that kind of diversity aids our candidates in making their case and getting delegates early. We have famed busiest airport in the world and all that, but we have 109 public airports where people can get around very quickly, 15 interstate highways, 6 main media markets. We do have others that feed Chattanooga, Greenville, Jacksonville, and Tallahassee, but we have pretty good coverage in our our 6 media markets, which makes it more cost effective for people and candidates to communicate. We've got this grassroots infrastructure, 14 congressional district chairs, county committees, and over 130 of our counties. Our executive committee, probably all the states have something like this, right? They've got their state committees and all that kind of thing. But we're organized from the top all the way down through the county level, and we provide tools like Vote Builder, Mobilize, targeted texting. So our counties are equipped to be tools and assets for candidates as they campaign. Ballot access, and I know this is there have been some questions on this. Let me be clear. We have a clear, standardized, predictable process. The presidential campaigns, they request to our executive committee to be placed on the ballot. We and those candidates must meet y'all's, the DNC rules and call for the Democratic National Convention. They have to meet that. And we don't have any filing fees. We don't have any petition requirements for us or the state of Georgia. So it's clean, it's easy, it's fair across the board, and we use the nationally standardized rules that y'all come up with. That's it. We're not going to be picking and choosing or anything like that. We're just going to use the rules y'all give us. Our voter protection team, let me brag a little bit, and I should have said I've got a couple of staff here. Deputy Executive Director Justin Pitts, Justin, if you raise your hand, and Communications Director Ellie Schwartz, and then also Cecilia Ugarte Baldwin, who is our voter protection director. She leads the best voter protection team in the country, I'd say. We had the first full-time voter protection director. We have a hotline available in multiple languages, statewide monitoring team, including county liaisons in most of our counties, as well as legal support. We have extensive voter education efforts. We had, when I became chair a year ago, we had 2 people already in an early and an off year on staff. That grew to 5 by the fall for the Public Service Commission, and now between us and the coordinated campaign, we have 6. So we know how to do voter protection in Georgia. We're used to the Republican efforts, shall we say, to restrict the vote. And another thing that's not on here that we have is in our legislative sessions, we are primarily the ones providing the legislators on our side with the tools they need to combat the Republican attempts at voter suppression. And in the last 2 years, even though they've tried both times, in the last 2 years, they have not gotten through any voter suppression legislation in the state of Georgia, and that is because of the education efforts of our voter protection team.
Chair Bailey, thank you for a great presentation, and welcome to your staff. The time has expired for presentation, but we now have plenty of time for questions and answers. We'll start with Secretary Ray.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
A question for you. So last cycle, as this body went through this process to develop the calendar, Georgia was one of the states that we elected to move forward into that pre-window. And I know we tried to get that date changed, and we're unable to actually move Georgia up. So as we try to build the calendar this cycle and go through this process and build that calendar that tells the story of our party, what can be done, like what will the Georgia Democratic Party do to ensure that we can move the primary date actually into the pre-window if we were to select that?
Yeah. Excellent question, Mr. Secretary. And if I hadn't been so loquacious, I would have gotten to this before I finished the presentation. This is going to go one of three ways, all right? Either we're going to win Secretary of State this November. And I would say that's a coin flip proposition. It's an open race. Y'all see the ballot advantage we had. We got John at the top of the ticket. We've got Keisha as a gubernatorial nominee. Coin flip chance, we win that. We win that, we got it. No problem. The Secretary of State is in Georgia who determines. Option number two, a Republican wins. We don't want that to happen, but a Republican wins, and they judge that it is in their interest, and they ain't gonna do a damn thing for me, or for the party, or anything like that. They will judge that it is in their interest to move forward in the calendar because in an open presidential primary on their side, they want to wield influence and they want their people, and this has precedent in Georgia. Brian Kemp did this when he was Secretary of State. He moved us up in the process, again, not to do any favors to the Democrats, but because he wanted it. And that could very well come to pass. They could want that. Option three, there's a Republican Secretary of State. They don't want to do that. For whatever reason, their own, and far be it from me to get in their heads, but for their own reasons, they don't want to do that. And I would just say, in that hypothetical that y'all in your all due wisdom have selected Georgia as one of the early states, then unselect us. And one thing I'll tell you you won't have shortages of great states that want to do it. Those are unknowns, and there's not a person on the planet that can tell you which of those three it's going to be. We will make the case, and in the worst case scenario, it's number three. Y'all move on to somebody else. Ain't gonna hurt our feelings. I mean, y'all can't control it, and I can't control it. And let me also say this. We will happily be the number one state, but we're not sitting up here saying, let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and that we're one or nothing, right? Y'all slot us in where you need to. I think it might be time for two southern states. So, nod to Crystal in the room. I'm just kidding. I'm not picking favorites. We can cross that bridge when it comes, but it'll play out one of those three ways.
All right, thank you. Susan Swecker.
Hi, this is Susan from Virginia. I'm intrigued about how you file your requirements. So if you have a candidate that files, do they file with you, when you say they file with you all at the party? And then if somebody comes and wants to run maybe for not good motives, do you have the ability to say yes or no? I mean, are you the decider that then gets forwarded to the Secretary of State? Or how do you prevent, like in Virginia 4 years ago, we had Kanye West, filed and then got knocked off because he didn't have enough signatures. So how do you decide that the person is really a Democrat?
Technically, yes, the power rests with us. The Secretary of State is going to take what we give them. So yes, when I say we, the executive committee specifically of the State Democratic Party. But like I said, we plan on using the standards that y'all put forward. And I would imagine those standards wouldn't allow somebody like Kanye West to get on. But yes, technically, we can just say no. And Secretary of State will do what we tell him, whoever we give him.
All right, Frank?
Yeah, frankly, on DC, just clarified, as Jason said, last time we granted a waiver and then we gave Georgia at least one extension and maybe two extensions to try to get it done. Never happened. Am I correct in understanding that there's no way that the primary could be moved up prior to a new Secretary of State taking office? And secondly, do you have any indication that the Republicans would go ahead and move the primary up even though they would lose a significant number of their delegates under the RNC rules if they did so after this August?
I mean, I think technically the Secretary of State could say, like the current Secretary of State could say, hey, we're doing it on X date. Democrats want to do it, and I think the Republicans should too, and we're doing it. But whoever gets elected Secretary of State could just reverse it. So ultimately, you're still dealing with a new Secretary of State making that call. And you know, there's no way to these guys right now. So we've got a primary on our side for Secretary of State, but so do they. They are locked in this combat for the next 3 weeks. They are absolutely ripping each other up one side and down the other. I couldn't even tell you which one's going to win it. And certainly any overture that we would bring to them now, you know, it would probably be used against them that we even reached out to them. So we won't know we just can't know right now. I think there's probably one of the guys that's just my gut and what I know about politics and these two politicians. One of the guys might be more amenable to it, Tim Fleming. He's seen as a more establishment type. The other one is Vernon Jones, who y'all may have heard the name, may have seen him around, Big MAGA. Guy used to be a Democrat, switched parties in Big MAGA. So, but even Vernon loves the spotlight. So even as I say that, Vernon loves the spotlight. So again, for his own, purposes, he may be like, oh yeah. And for them dealing with the RNC, of course, that'll be for them. We don't even know, is Don Jr. going to be running for president? Like, we don't know what the RNC is going to be thinking about things either. They will make that argument to the RNC, probably similar to this case I'm making, of like, hey, we want to win in the general, let's move up and give our people a shot at these same voters. So they'd make that same argument or something, whatever arguments they make to Republicans make to each other, and they will either succeed or they won't. But again, I don't think that's not an answer we can have at this point. But I would just say again, if it comes to pass, worst case scenario, yeah, unselect us.
When does the new Secretary of State take office?
January. I don't know who.
Not until January.
Yeah, January.
So until then, it's Brad and Raffensperger.
Until then, it's Raffensperger. Now, there's probably a time period there, like let's say the Republican does win in November. In between, could have a conversation, and even though they're not the Secretary of State yet, we could go ahead and have that conversation and get a commitment. But they actually take office in January, and it's Raffensperger until then.
Okay. All right. Jane?
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for everything that you are doing for your party. Your election protection program is the envy of all of our state parties. It's very strong. I have a question on voter reg. So talk to us about how people register to vote in your state so we can know that. And then talk us through a little bit on how you would see, if you were one of the first early states, how it would help build your party's infrastructure statewide to help down ballot candidates.
So we don't have party registration in Georgia. You just register to vote. And then when it comes time for the primary, you choose, do you want to pick up a Democratic ballot or a Republican ballot? And you can go back and forth. And I would say that's a strength for our candidates because they get to make an argument not just to our base, but to independent voters who can and do in our state swing back and forth. And once you get somebody to vote in our primary, it is far more likely they will vote for us or our candidate come the general. So I think it's a real, that we have that open system is a real strength for us as a growing party in our state. And then, you know, what it'll provide for us if we're an early state is, you know, we've got great county committees, and we talked about all this infrastructure that we have, but having those campaigns starting in 2027, all of our people that might work on a campaign or just facilitate the campaigns moving around and campaigning around the state will gain that experience. Now, maybe they already have experience in governor's races and state house and all the rest, but you're leveling up the staff and the consultant class and activist class in our state to be ready and even better equipped come the general election when we all are rowing in the same direction for one candidate.
Thank you. Steph?
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Chair. Stephanie Campagna-Wheaton from New Jersey. I've asked every state this, but can you tell me, I actually have two questions. Can you tell me the average cost of 1 month's rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Atlanta?
In Atlanta, it's probably, there's great diversity among our neighborhoods and everything, whether you're talking about the suburbs, but you're probably talking $1,300, $1,400, somewhere in there, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less, depending on if you're closer in town, probably gonna be a little more, outside a little bit less. But if you're talking about some of these hub cities, which again, with our congressional districts people are campaigning in, it's a good bit less, probably more like $1,000 a month. And then if you're in one of our smaller towns and rural areas, it's gonna be even less than that.
Thank you. My second question is, can you please speak on any restrictions to abortion there are in your state?
Yeah, quite a few. We have one of the most restrictive abortion bans in the country, a 6-week ban. And when we elect Keisha Lance Bottoms this year and make gains in the legislature, it's a top priority to get that thing done away with and go back to basically a Roe standard in our state, which we had for years. But it is the law now. And it's something we have to deal with, our families and our neighbors and folks in our community. It's a horrible thing. It has resulted in people dying that should be with us here today. But we do have strong relationships with partners such as Planned Parenthood and others that can provide the best advice and some services to people, even if that means, you know, getting them out of state and getting the care they need. But that is the current state of the law.
All right, Donna?
I had multiple questions because this is the first state that clearly comes under the jurisdiction of the Voting Rights Act, or what was formerly the Voting Rights Act, and the impact it will have on your state, given the fact that your governor initially said, no, we're not going to, you know, redraw the districts, and now there are at least conversations of redrawing the districts. So my questions, of course, has to do with the DOJ is already taking your ballots in Fulton County. What's the status of getting those ballots back? Any other compromises with the DOJ or the Department of Homeland Security on your voter infrastructure in the state? Number two, of course, cybersecurity. I'm glad you have a robust voter protection program, but does that include cybersecurity as well? Number three, in terms of the Voting Rights Act, I know you all have tried to pass SB 5, I think it's 536, the Henry McNeil Voting Rights Act. Is that still going forward? Is that something that the Democratic lawmakers are still working on? And lastly, I guess this is one that, you know, I think about Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss and election workers, and what steps, if any, will you all take to help protect Democratic election work or election workers across the board? One little fact for those of you, and of course, Stephanie, I wasn't born in 1870 when the 15th Amendment passed, but my grandmother was, and my grandfather. And while my grandfather had the right to vote, as you well know, because of Jim Crow laws, they could not vote until 1965. My grandmother did live long enough to get her right to vote in her 80s, but Georgia was the first state to enact the poll tax, followed by the literacy tax, the grandfather clause, and the literacy, the understanding clause and so much more. Georgia has a dubious record. I'm going to ask all the southern states as a Louisianian by birth. But what steps are you all taking now to protect the voting infrastructure and the rights of citizens, eligible citizens in the state of Georgia to vote, given the threat that you are under with the dilution of the Voting Rights Act?
So the first question about the Fulton County ballots is currently in litigation. Federal judge recently ruled because Fulton County had copies, they had been given copies of what was taken, that they did not need the actual ballots themselves back. So that's the specific answer to that question. There's been there's challenges to the search warrant and all that kind of thing. But that's where that sits right now, and I'm not aware of any further action other than they've got the ballots. We have quite a rogue state election board that has some powers. They don't have power to make law, and I was actually a pro bono lawyer in 2024 that helped to establish with our appellate courts that they can't make law. Y'all might have remembered in 2024 towards the end, they were trying to pass different rules about hand counting ballots and all that. We defeated that in our appellate courts. That's before I was chair. So, but I would not be surprised if they try to use something about whatever they think about some conspiracy theory, which is the basis of the affidavit that they presented in order to get the search warrant, was just a rehashing of these nutty conspiracy theories. Wouldn't surprise me if the nutty state election board tried to use some of those as a basis to take over elections, but we have a really good team of lawyers, both with the party, with Senator Ossoff's campaign, that are working and we will be ready for anything like that, and they will spare no cost to litigate to protect also our county's ability to administrate their elections, which under the Georgia Constitution they are afforded. Number two, now I talked so long like a lawyer, I can't remember number two. You want to tell me what number two was?
I was mentioning cybersecurity
Yeah.
and the protection of your election infrastructure.
Yep. As far as the party's cybersecurity goes, it's actually something we're trying to improve, and that is currently in process. We're actually looking at a couple of proposals right now. As far as the state's voting process, we have confidence in the protections that are there. And it's been, even though attacked by Republicans over these, ever since Trump decided, well, frankly, if we've been honest about it, a bunch of black people in Georgia could not have voted enough to vote his sorry butt out. And since he made that choice and started attacking, we've been able to withstand those in subsequent elections and have had free and fair elections in Georgia, so I'm confident in our system. Question about protection of election workers is one that is not academic to us. We've experienced and we've seen it both in Ruby Freeman and in the case of Shay Moss, and what they were made to go through. Our robust voter protection program, this the reason we have that county liaison program that I mentioned, which is in the vast majority of our counties, is to have that support, not just when it comes time for the election itself, but throughout the year, so people have someone to call, they have someone to fall back on. And we have, as recently as within the last 3 months, paid for legal protection for folks that have been gone after by the state election board. People are just election workers. So it is not something I grew up in the church. Words without deeds, well, they are dead. And so we continually carry out the deeds to protect our election workers, and it's an article of faith in Georgia, and we'll be at the party as long as I'm chair. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your answers. And one last one.
Yes, ma'am.
500,000 people are reported to be purged. Are you following those developments?
Yes, we have. Now, there's some overstating of that number, and I believe, Cecilia will correct me, was it 150 in the initial before you take out the ones that were the Alex system? Okay. So what were the ones that were actually purged? It was like, the total number was like 150,000, but that wasn't like, a lot of those were actually people that had moved out. We use that, is it Alan? What is it? Eric. some guy's name. The Eric system that tracks registrations in other states and that kind of thing. So most of those were actually legitimate. They had moved away or they had died. The remaining, I'm going to keep looking back at her. The remaining about 40,000, we reached out starting last year via text message and a phone banking program that our volunteers did, and we contacted every single one of those people. We weren't able to re-register all of them, but I think we re-registered somewhere in like 10 or 12% of the ones we could reach. So that's how we addressed that when it happened. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Keith Umamoto?
Yes, Keith Umamoto of California. One of the things that, since we're part of the Democratic Party, what we want is to maximize party infrastructure and operations. At the same time, we also understand the distinction that some quasi-party, nonpartisan, sometimes activities are done outside the party infrastructure. We heard a lot about in 2020, Fair Fight is a prime example, which worked as its own independent nonprofit. To what degree was learned from those operations that were folded into the Georgia Democratic Party operations that we can, obviously, and how do you project out in the 2028 election other advancements on some of the tools and what we've learned from those kind of activities from the nonprofits?
So we have a close relationship with a number of our groups, Fair Fight being one of them, and regular contact with Lauren and them over there. And I know them well from my runs. I was on a statewide ballot with Stacy twice, and so we were, obviously, you alluded to the fact there's some things we can't coordinate on, there's some things we can. And they're not the only organization that works, though they certainly do a lot of work still around voter protection in our state. And what we've developed is, here's an example. Brian Kemp has said, the governor has said after, I think Donna said this, now they weren't going to redistrict for 2026, not even going to come into session until after the election. Now we're coming back the day after the runoff, which is about 3 weeks from today. Not for this year, but for 2028. So in that effort, we are coordinating with a number of the groups because it's not about an election, right? It's not about it's not vote for so-and-so or whatever. It's about, first, if we can defeat this, like our brothers and sisters in South Carolina did, if we can defeat this in the legislature, in the General Assembly, that's the first priority. And then if not, that we have the right legal strategy going forward. So, you know, some of the groups they can't do some things as effectively as we can, but they can also raise money that we're not going to get. And so we have a good system in Georgia, and we're always, you know, we're trying to get better at it and everything. Of we do the things that we do best, and they can do the things that they do best. I don't know if that answered your question, but we have those relationships, and I would say as a party, we are benefited by some of the groups that operate in that voter protection world in our state.
Thank you. Coleman Eldridge.
Thank you, Co-Chair. And thank you, Mr. Chair, Coleman Eldridge from Kentucky, so a fellow Southerner. And you mentioned something earlier, or maybe I read it, you know, faith-based outreach in the South. It's important everywhere, but it kind of hits different sometimes in our neck of the woods. And so I guess my question is, what I think I saw was that that outreach happens mainly during election cycles. Now, is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say everything ramps up.
Okay.
In the election across the board.
Okay.
But we have those relationships. For instance, we have representatives of the faith community on the executive committee, which is our, smaller one. It's like 35 people or something like that. And then as well as many on the state committee. So members of the faith community, ministers and others, rabbis are already part of our structure. It's a year-round process of keeping up those relationships and communication and everything. But like everything, as we go into an election year, that increases. But I don't know if I would say mainly, but it does increase in the election year.
You answered the question. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions or comments? Well, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
Members, that is the conclusion of our business for today. We will reconvene tomorrow when we will hear presentations from the remaining states, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, Nevada, and New Mexico. With that, I will entertain a motion to recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow. It's moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Ayes have it, and we are in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow.